You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday night, October 3rd, 2024, around 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are kicking off our month-long marathon of horror spooky games by playing tonight Creatures of the Night, a Deadbolt Mystery Society game. It's actually been a while since we played Deadbolt Mystery Society game, though we have played about 20 of them on this channel, and they are consistently good. Occasionally great, and occasionally not great, but rarely ever do they completely fall flat. And they've got a nice mix of puzzle and narrative elements. So let's do a little bit of bookkeeping before we start today. You'll see behind me some mix of new and old, but some of the games we plan to play this month, including Never House. I was thinking we might play Never House actually on Halloween, but Jonathan Warner and I have been working up a little draft schedule. Let me see if I can bring it up here. Okay, so there's a link to this in this video description and on the Co-op for Two Discord and in the Co-op for Two Guild on Board Game Geek. The cat has figured out 11 p.m. is the time to start doing this meowing. I don't know how it's figured out that this is when the live streams are. But she's sitting outside the door with her little sock in her mouth. Okay, here is our schedule. So you can see today we're playing Deadbolt Mystery Society. Tomorrow we're going to start playing On Circus Grounds, which is a kickstarted, fairly deluxe-looking cold case Victorian-era game that I'm told has some dark elements. On Sunday, we'll play episode 2 of the current Dear Holmes letter that we've been reading, which is one of the better written ones. And I have a little information to pass on about the Dear Holmes System Company, some little news. And I think we'll also play a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective on Sunday. And maybe if we finish on Circus Grounds on Friday, if it doesn't take us 2 days, we'll play something else Saturday. And then the rest of the month will sort of fill out as we go. We have decided to play Blair Witch Season 2. We played Season 1 last year on the channel and really enjoyed it. We've heard Season 2 is not that good, but we'll find out for ourselves. And then we're going to play Time Stories Cavendish. We played Time Stories Hadel Project from their new Revolution series, and it was a mixed bag, but overall I really enjoyed it. So I am curious to play another one. And Cavendish, which is behind me on the wall here looks appropriately themed. And then there's a mix of other things. We've got this odd game called Curios Jasper Park. We played Curios Albrecht Manor last year, and it's much more of a sort of story told in letter forms. I forget that there's a name for that now, for when you tell a story via letters. It's like epistolary or something. So we'll probably throw that in somewhere. And then I got this new game that I saw on Amazon by a company that normally makes like murder mystery dinner games, but this one looks like it's almost using a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective style system where it's got paragraphs you read. Sarah, please just come in. I need a camera on that cat so you can see what's going on. It's ridiculous. Okay, a little bit more bookkeeping. Literally, I just got this in the mail on Writing Horror. I've been very tempted to start writing some horror cases for New York Noir, the detective game I've been working on. And I just have to figure out how to tie it into New York City in the 30s and 40s in a good way, but some real violent cases I'd like to write, some real killer stuff. But this actually looks, so I've been thinking about horror elements, but there are a couple of collections on Amazon of mystery writer collections. So they're very short, like 4-page little essays by well-known writers in the genre. And I've read the mystery ones. They're sort of hit and miss. But occasionally you get a nice short essay that's good. And I've heard this book is pretty good. There's another collection of these similar things as well. But this one looked a little better to me. Not everything going to be useful. Okay, other stuff to talk about. If you're in the Champaign area or nearabouts, today they Kudo Plays, which is the local board game design competition group, had their pitch meeting where people pitched board games they're interested in working on. I decided not to pitch a new game this year because I'm going to spend at least another solid year working on New York Noir. I was supposed to give a game design diary update number 6 last week, but I've put it off. It'll sometime this month or at the end of this month, we will do that if you're interested in collaborating on that, especially if you're interested in writing some horror mystery stories, cases for that, let me know. Okay, what else do we need to talk about? I did want to mention some movie recommendations. Jonathan Warner posted a thread on the Board Game Geek Guild listing Greg's a large list of Greg's recommended movies from his movie channel. And I wanted to recommend a couple of horror movies that I particularly like. One I just watched Strange Darling, which just came out, and I would absolutely recommend it. Really good. Certainly best horror type movie I've seen this year, which isn't saying that much, but Strange Darling I really loved, but I do have a couple more recommendations to make. Movies you might not have seen. One of my favorite horror movies, if you're looking for something a little more creepy and scary and sort of otherworldly, is Mandy, a horror movie with Nicolas Cage that I normally don't like Nicolas Cage that much. But Mandy is one of my favorite horror movies. And to me, it really captures the atmosphere of some otherworldly, creepy, scary stuff. So if you haven't seen Mandy. And Barbarian, which was fairly recent. A lot of people know Barbarian, but I did think it was very good. Another recent horror movie that I really liked was Late Night with the Devil. What else? There are two of my favorite, really sort of harsh horror movies. One is called Kidnapped, which is a Spanish horror movie about a break-in. But you have to have a strong stomach to watch that one. And the other one, which is right up there as my favorite of all time, really hard to watch, I can't remember the name of, but it's a rich family that gets caught up in a Latin American revolution. And it's not supernatural, but if you want to know like what's the real horror of mankind, of real life, see if you can find that. Does anyone remember the name of that movie? I have recommended it before. It's like Green something. It's not the Green Inferno. That's what you get if you search for Green, but it's an American Revolution. A rich family gets caught up during a wedding, at a wedding, and it is a little too close to home. And then if you're looking for a classic horror movie, hard to go wrong with Rosemary's Baby. That's one of my favorites. Okay, let's check in with the chat. I should have done this earlier to make sure I wasn't just talking to no one. Okay, let's see. Jonathan recommends Exhuma. Never heard of it. I'll have to check that out. And it says if we're playing Cavendish, we should play Damien, which is the print and play precursor to Cavendish. I guess that's right. If someone, apparently they actually printed it. I was wrong. They actually did print it, but they just used it for demos at conventions. So they're floating around a couple copies. Someone can get their hands on that. Spam Night says, for horror movies, I just went and watched all the Phantasm film franchise. Do not recommend. Jonathan says, I have a soft spot for the first Phantasm. I do as well. I remember stumbling on the first Phantasm as a young kid and having my mind blown a little bit. Like, there are some really creepy elements to the first Phantasm. And I have memories of that. Marco says, there will be space for a BOI Mythos Tales fan case. We did schedule one in. If you look at... I didn't write it in. But Jonathan Warner says there's a new Bureau of Investigation fan case called... It's like on BG called the Sixth Case, but it's called Ferocious, apparently. So... I think we'll play the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case called Witches in Something, and then Ferocious, the Bureau of Investigation fan case, on the 20th or vice versa. So yes, we are going to try to get in a couple of fan cases. And then, I forgot to say, I think on Halloween, I was thinking we probably play Never House, which is one of the more deluxe experience games we have. But then they also have Root of All Evil, which is another one of the more expensive, big deluxe ones. One of those two will play on or about Halloween. Jonathan Warner says, wanted to shout out Perplexed Hunters. They finished that's the Discord group where they've been playing online puzzle game contests. Finished the Galactic Puzzle Hunt. Member Rue really helped carry team over the finish line. Okay, that's pretty exciting. Okay. So, Creatures of the Night. A viewer, Elaine Covington, was the person who suggested that this was a good box for us to play over Halloween. There are a bunch of Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes having to do with monsters and serial killers. There are a bunch that seem like we could play them, but we've chosen Creatures of the Night. So let's see what we've got here. Maybe we can put this other stuff out of the way. I'm going to just pick up that cat and bring her in on the table. That's ridiculous. Okay, so we've got some props that seem like they have no point, but you never know. The little Deadbolt Mystery Society card. Now, something that's interesting is Deadbolt Mystery Society has been moving away from their old system of encrypted PDFs to much more online bespoke websites and stuff. These stickers are never part of the game. They're just little accessories. So I wonder if, I know this box is fairly new. I don't know if this is going to be one of those ones that makes more use of the encrypted PDFs or website features. Let's see if we can see what we've got. Okay, so we've got a solution. We've got 2 envelopes that you open only when you get to them. And then we've got a bunch of other stuff. Okay, make sure you have everything on the contents list. We never do that. Maybe we should. You have to make sure you read everything. Try to connect things. Make sure you solve all the puzzles before you try to get to the end. QR codes. Open up stuff. Password protection. Don't be afraid to use hint files. Just normal stuff here. Okay, here's our beginning brief. You are a detective with the Will Street Detective Agency. When Sheila Robbins, an old classmate of yours, shows up at your office, you're both surprised and worried. The look of panic on her face tells you this isn't a social call. I remembered you were a detective and I was hoping you could help me, she begins. My daughter, Elizabeth, is missing. She lives in New Orleans. She stopped answering my calls and texts. Our relationship has become strained over the past year, so I didn't panic too much initially. Then I got in touch with her roommate, who informed me that she hadn't seen Elizabeth for almost 2 weeks. I knew immediately something bad had happened. Did you go to the police? You ask. Sheila shakes her head. No. There are some details that are a bit embarrassing. I need someone who can handle this with discretion. What do you mean embarrassing? Is she on drugs? Sheila sighs and drops her head in dismay. No, nothing like that. She's heavily involved in the vampire subculture in New Orleans. It's the reason she moved down there in the first place. Vampires, you ask, making sure you heard her correctly, as in, has fangs and drinks blood? Sheila nods. There's a sizable underground movement of people who are fascinated with vampire lore, adopt the practices of vampires, and pretend they're creatures of the night. It's a whole thing in certain parts of the country. I never even heard of such a thing until Elizabeth told me why she was moving to New Orleans. I'm very worried about the people she might have gotten mixed up with. You just have to help. Please don't say no, please. Saying no to an old friend isn't something you're willing to do, and you accept the case without hesitation. You've always loved New Orleans and are excited to grab a muffaletta at City Grocery and maybe even spend an extra day in the French Quarter listening to some Dixieland jazz after you've wrapped up the case. The vampire part you aren't sure about, but you grab a crucifix necklace from your desk drawer just in case. This will definitely be one of the strangest cases you've ever investigated, and that's saying a lot. Several hours later, you arrive at the address Sheila gave you and head to the apartment labeled C15. After knocking on the door, you wait on the landing until the door is opened by a young woman, or CI5. You must be the detective, she says. I'm Katie. Elizabeth's mom told me you were coming. I wasn't that worried about Elizabeth at first. I thought she might have gone home. Then her mom told me she couldn't get in touch with her, and now I'm panicking. I hope you can figure out what happened. Elizabeth is a good person. After half an hour of searching Elizabeth's room, you're just about to give up when you discover a hidden compartment in the nightstand. Inside is a necklace, a voodoo doll, fake vampire teeth, and a journal. While skimming through the journal, several names stick out to you. Maybe one of them might have a clue about Elizabeth's whereabouts. You also noticed you've missed a call on your phone and decide to check it as you examine the journal and make your notes. You remind yourself to talk with the roommate again before you head out in search of Elizabeth's friends. Okay, so there's Katie, our roommate. That's the girl we were just talking to. I'm a little bit suspicious of her. There's Elizabeth's journal that we just found. And there's the voodoo doll that we found. Now, voodoo and vampire, that's a different world. So, but I do notice colored pins, different colored pins. Okay, and then we can listen to the voicemail. That was the voicemail of the missed call from the mother. And what is this? I need to decode Elizabeth's journal first. I'm curious to know the name of the group she keeps mentioning. What is the name of the group? Okay, so this is, I guess... What is the name of the group she's looking into? What is the name of the group? This is a different QR code, a different question. It's a little strange. What is the name of the group she keeps mentioning? Okay, so these are questions that look like they're about the journal. these are the only puzzles we have to work on at first. The rest of these envelopes are going to be only open when we're told. So this is what we have to work on first. Okay, so if we follow the instructions, it said basically talk to Katie again before we head out. So maybe not right away. And this looks like it's questions about our journal. So, and this is just the voodoo doll to look at. So it looks like we should start with the journal or the voicemail. I feel like maybe the journal first. No, we don't know if the voicemail is going to be useful. All right, let's check out the this voicemail together. Let's listen. Hopefully I can bring it up so we can hear it. Okay.
This is Sheila again. I can't thank you enough for taking this case. I'm a frantic mother and not really sure what to do with myself. I just want to snap my fingers and make all of this okay again. I should have done more sooner. I should have stepped in immediately when Elizabeth started in about all this vampire stuff. Anyway, I know you're busy. There is a reason for my call. I thought of something that might be useful. Even as a teenager, Elizabeth always thought I was smothering her and even took to writing in code in her journals at one point to keep her secrets from me. She never knew I learned to read her messages. It's been years, but I still remember some of it. The O's were zigzag lines. The E's had a heart in them. The T's looked like an eyeball. The A's were a mess of scratchy lines. The F's looked like coffins. The S's looked like trees. The N's were circular arrows, and the P's were musical notes. Find my daughter, please, please. I'm counting on you.
Okay, I need to hear that one more time about the codes.
This
From
me.
Sorry.
She never knew I learned to read her messages. It's been years, but I still remember some of it. The O's were zigzag lines. The E's had a heart in them. The T's smothering her and even took to writing in code in her journals at one point to keep her secrets from me.
I've lost it.
She never
I guess when I change view, I lose it. Let's try again.
knew I learned to read her messages. It's been years, but I still remember some of it. The O's were zigzag lines. The E's had a heart in them. The T's looked like an eyeball. The A's were a mess of scratchy lines. The F's looked like coffins. The S's looked like trees. The N's were circular arrows, and the P's were musical notes. Find my daughter, please, please. I'm counting on you.
Okay. O's are zigzags, E's have a heart inside, T is an eyeball, A is scratchy lines, F is coffin, S trees, N is circular arrows, circular arrow, P is musical notes. Okay, so we're going to try to decode her secret writing in here, and that was the mother giving us a hint about it. Garlic holy water joke about being a vampire, Mardi Gras chemical symbol for silver, crucifix, chibi vampire, and a stake. And this is her journal. Okay. Okay, so we've got some message here, which is not in a code that the mother was talking about. Don't know what it is. Looks like it could be looking at the frequencies of the E's, lots of them, and the frequencies of the other letters. Feels like this could just be scrambled letters. Like maybe you could unscramble these without changing them. Okay, 8/15/23. It's been a few years since I last journaled, but I need to get my thoughts in order. I'm sure others would call me crazy for what I believe. I know my mother does. But I won't let that set me back. I know vampires are real. Honestly, there are signs of vampire activity all over New Orleans. You just need to know where to look. But I'm interested in something more than your average vampire. I'm looking for true immortal vampires. Like New Orleans' most famous vampire, Jacques Saint Germain. I know they're out there and I will find them. 9/4/23. I met a helpful guy today. His name is Teddy. He's a tour guide for Creatures of the Night. The tour was actually helpful too. There were a few places on it that I didn't know about previously. Might be worth checking out. So let me remind you that Deadbolt Mystery Society has supernatural elements in some cases. So, and there's often killers and death and murder. So we could find out that Elizabeth has gotten herself into real trouble with killers that believe in vampires and that there's no real vampires. Or we could be playing one of these Deadbolt Mystery Society games where vampires are real. We don't know. So far, no hidden codes. 9/25/23. Found a kindred soul today. Her name is Susan, and she works at Coffin Corner. We got to talking about books and vampires, and we probably talked for 2 hours. Susan didn't come right out and say it, but she did hint more than once that I might find what I'm looking for if I know what to ask. October 8/23. Finally, I got into the back room of the steakhouse. I talked with a woman who may know more about real vampires. She's a practicing vampire named Gwyneth Nightshade. She's a bit of a closed book. She insists she only talks to friends, and her friends are the ones who know what drink to order her. She said it's on the menu, but leaves 2 things out. My first attempt was unsuccessful. I ordered her a steaked heart. She said there's nothing in it she likes, nor does her drink have any of those ingredients. I will try again the next time I go. So obviously we're going to have to figure that out at some point. October 11th, 2023. I came across an interesting fellow today while at the crypt. His name is Parker. At first, I thought he would be an annoying fop. I mean, he was dressed as the cheesiest vampire imaginable. Apparently, he's into LARPing, live action role-playing. Those people who dress up. But despite his outward appearance, he was both charming and knowledgeable. He also cautioned me to be careful. He said the kind of vampires I was looking for were dangerous. Some people are even rumored to have gone missing. November 6, 2023. It's taken some time, but I think I'm starting to be accepted by the vampire community around here. I learned some secrets that the uninitiated would never find out. I came across some rumors of a group of immortal blood-drinking vampires that seem promising. I'm going to look into this further. Also, Mom called to check on me again. I don't mind the calls. I just wish she would stop trying to get me to move back home. I'm a grown woman following my dreams. I wish she could just be happy for me. Well, she's definitely obsessed with some dangerous crowd here. Okay. January 19, 2024. Tonight, I got Gwyneth a corpse reviver. She didn't take it and said it was not her drink. Also made a new friend, Miles, while at the steakhouse. He plays music in the back room. He's really good. We had a great talk, but he seemed nervous anytime I brought up vampires. I wonder why. February 7th. Katie was complaining again about me leaving dirty dishes in the sink. I was going to get to them in a day or two, so I don't see the problem. Besides, she's one to talk. I've lost count of the times I've tripped over the dirty clothes she leaves on the bathroom floor. I think she's just in a mood because her boyfriend dumped her. I swear, sometimes she is like the sister I didn't ask for. On a happier note, all my research to this point indicates that the group of vampires I'm looking for really do feed on blood. All the legends say that blood holds the key to immortality. That's why so many vampires today are not as long-lived, since they choose to find other sources of nourishment. I find that strange, since the name vampire is Serbian in origin. It comes from the word vampir, vam, meaning blood, and pir, meaning monster. So it's a little weird that there are so many vampires who don't consume blood. March 23rd, 2024. I went with the silver sour this time. Gwenna said it's the wrong drink. She said her favorite is best without two things from silver sour. So she leaves those two things out of hers. I'm so close to getting her to open up to me. Oh, and while at the steakhouse, I ran into a person who stood out, even in that place's eclectic crowd. He claimed to be a vampire, and he was very smooth with his words, but I couldn't get over the fact that he sparkled like the vampires on that movie Twilight. The man looked like he face planted into a pool of glitter. He got weird looks from some, but it didn't faze him in the slightest. April 11th, 2024. After more searching and buying people several drinks, I have a lead. There's a group of secretive vampires based somewhere here in New Orleans. It's taken months of searching just to finally hear the few whispers of gossip that exist about this group. So far, I only know the name of the group and a few other details. Out of respect for the group's secrecy, I won't be writing that down here. Maybe I can use my old tricks from journaling in a house with a nosy mother. Here we go. Okay, so here's her code, and the mother has told us she knows how to decipher it for the most part. So we have some of these and not others. We'll fill in the letters we know, and the rest will infer. Okay, we'll do that in a bit. I finally know the group's name. This is a start. I should ask around and see who else knows of this group. I've also learned that once you find where the group is at, you have to use a special knock and complete 4 passphrases to get in. Some of the people I know have hinted that they know something. Maybe if I mention the name of the group to them, they'll tell me more. And then she's got some other code system that we don't know what it is telling us. I see. And yet, and CHURL. Not sure. Maybe later we'll get a code that tells us the order, although this really does seem like this might be yet, and yet. But I'm not sure. Okay. 4/22/24. This looks like her last entry. I woke up early today. I couldn't sleep much. I'm too excited. I think today is the day. I have the day off and I plan to meet up with some friends. Then later this evening, I will finally have the proof I have long searched for. I can't wait to write about my findings. I see. Okay, so then she's got herself captured or killed. I wonder if this is going to be... Yeah, look. So these letters look like where we have pins. So this is the U pin and the H is this one here. So it's possible that we'll get colors, which will tell us how to make this phrase, or vice versa. We'll figure out that this is something and yet, and then we'll know a sequence of colors. Still don't know how we should do this. Although, as I said, I feel like these are just scrambled letters rather than a code. But whether they're scrambled per... Okay, so before we start decoding this code, let's take a look at what this assignment is. So you remember how Deadbolt works. We'll answer puzzles by scanning QR codes. So it looks like we have 2 that we're ready to that we can solve. I need to decode Elizabeth's journal. I'm curious to know the name of the group she keeps mentioning. There's our Elizabeth. Let's get a good look at who we're trying to find. I'm not sure we're going to find her alive. She's certainly put herself into some danger here. What is the name of the group that Elizabeth keeps mentioning and is trying to find? Based on the last date in the journal, Elizabeth's excitement in that entry, and the lack of any follow-up entries, I think it's safe to assume Elizabeth went missing sometime on April 22nd. Okay, makes sense. Elizabeth's journal mentions some details about a certain group of vampires. It seemed she was close to finding them when she disappeared. That can't be a coincidence. If I can figure out the name of the group, maybe I can ask some of Elizabeth's friends about them. Hopefully they will know where they are and the correct information that's needed to gain entry. Once I know the location, I also need to know the following. I suspect even getting one of these wrong will keep me from gaining access. Knock phase. Where is the group? Okay, so that's what I misread about this. All right, so this is premature. I don't think we should know. We need to. There's no reason we should know it's in this form. But okay, at some point we're going to need to know this and where. This is what's the name. Feels like that's what we might be able to figure out first. And now let's talk to Katie before we decode that message. This idea of hunting down this meeting of vampires reminds me a little bit of the movie Murder Party. Is that what it's called? Murder Party? That's a movie with the same people who did one of my favorite movies, Blue Ruin, little indie movie, and Murder Party. I think it's Murder Party is another similar indie movie, quite good. Not on the caliber of Blue Ruin, but also good. Okay, so Katie, let's see what she has to say here. Lizzie and I didn't really hang out much. Even though we were roommates, we ran in completely different social circles. We also had completely different schedules. I worked nights. Lizzie stayed up a lot of nights searching for vampires. Don't get me wrong. I think vampires are hot. But that strictly applies to movie vampires. Lizzie's fascination with vampires was on a whole different level than mine. She wanted to find real vampires, or the closest thing to them. Those nut jobs that think they're real-life vampires are crazy and give me the ick. Lizzie found them fascinating. The whole reason she moved down here in the first place was to find real vampires. What she should have been looking for instead is this month's rent. She still hasn't paid me, so I guess I have more than one reason for wanting her to show back up safe and sound. If you think of anything else to ask, you know where to find me. So this is weird. It doesn't sound like a puzzle, but it sounds like maybe we can get some more information from Lizzie. From Katie. Is she telling us the truth? I don't know, but this is a weird QR code. It seems like we could scan that at any time, but maybe we should wait till we have something to ask her. All right, well, let's start decoding the one message that we can decode. And although, let me check in with the chat first. The Queen of the Night, Ishtar, is still the most creepy thing in the whole history. I don't know what that is. All right, let me get my overlay here. Let's try that. So this is how we normally solve these kinds of things. We either make a scan if there's a break to do it, or we use a little, that's not going to work, is it? Or we use a transparency. Okay. Where's our list here? Scratchy lines are A. That's these. And zigzags are O's. Scratchy is A, zigzags are O's. Okay, hearts are E's. We got a lot of those. Hearts inside. Can't see it with my native eye, but I can see on the screen that these are hearts. These are hearts, yes. Okay. Musical notes are P's. Just doing these in sort of random order. Okay, what else we have? Eyeballs are T's, lots of those. Kind of odd here. Okay, there's a P for another musical note. Coffins are F. Okay, I can see we've got the beginnings of, we've got most of words here. There's an F. That's another eyeball T. There's another F. S were the trees. N was the circle arrow. There's another T. Looks like I did that one wrong. Okay. There's another circle arrow N. It's hard. I should have done a better job of marking where there was leaving space. Okay. So this looks like probably start. So those are symbols we don't know. We don't know the symbol. Let's make sure I've got all the symbols we do know. So the snake we don't know. We don't know the pyramid, this face, the thumbs up, the diamonds. We do know this. That's our N. Don't know that. Don't know that. Musical note, we do know that's the P. And there's a letter there. There's our N. Don't know that one. Don't know that one. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Just doing this so it's a little easier to see what letters are missing. Okay, and this looks like it's going to be alone. Okay, so you've all probably figured it out by now, but let's see what we've got here. The thumb is going to be start. So R is going to be the thumb. And then H is going to be this one, the top. So H is going to be money, I guess, whatever you call that. Top of probably spine. This is going to be then, which is our H again. Let's just fill these out. That's going to be an R. That's going to be an H. So we can do the rest of these. H, teeth, H, teeth. That's going to be an R. That's going to be a U and a D. So it looks like our faces are going to be D's. I know we saw some more. D. D. Okay, so let me just write these out here. Though U is going to be the triangle. D is going to be the monster face. All right, what's any more triangles here? Make into U's. Don't see it. Okay. Well, this is going to be a V, surely. I don't know what other word goes E blank EN. So that's our Ankh. It's going to be a V. Not sure we have any more of these. Start beside. This is going to be a B. That's going to be our I. So, and this is going to be directions for using that other clue, right? So B is going to be the skull. I is going to be the snake. We've got lots of skulls. Let's do all these B. And there's another letter here. So that's clearly going to be our M. So M is a plus. Okay, let's do the rest of these. And I think this should be readable now. Didn't we have more skulls somewhere? Start beside the top of the spine. Then we know what the thumb is. That's, then there's from. Then from something to something. What did we do this wrong? Is this hand to hand? Is no, that's clearly an F. From around top teeth, odd. I wonder if I did something wrong. Bottom teeth, even. Top teeth, odd. Bottom teeth, even. It's the same letter. This is going to be all, surely. Diamond is going to be L. So what have I've either done something wrong, or FAN, we got one more letter, which is tricky. It's tricky. It's a PA blank ES. Paces, is it going to be, no? Fan, G. Fang to fang, G. Pages, yes, of course it's G. From fang to fang. Okay, start beside the top of the spine, then from fang to fang, all around, top teeth odd pages, bottom teeth even. So from fang to fang, this might be one of these things where we're going to use this as a measuring device, right? Like this to tell us these two letters come next or something like that. Start beside the top of spine, and from fang to fang, all around, top teeth, odd pages, bottom teeth, there you go. Okay, so you can see these measure different distances. The short one is going to be top, the bottom one, the longer ones are going to be bottom. Top of spine is probably telling us the spine of the book. So I thought it was going to be telling us this, but it's clearly not. Okay, so start at the spine, which I guess is the center. Spine is the center of the book. From fang to fang, all around, top teeth odd pages. Remember, top teeth are shorter distance. So let's create ourselves something to help us. Okay, let's see, what's the best way to do this, maybe? I'm going to put it, I'm going to try to create us an easier to use distance measure here. Top tooth to top tooth. There's our top. And then our bottom. Maybe it's easier if I don't put it on the edge. I can't tell. Our bottom looks something like that. Okay, so it says, start the top of the spine, from fang to fang, all around, top teeth odd pages, bottom even. Okay, so we have an odd page, so I think it's like this. SD, this doesn't seem right. SDV, no. Start beside the top of the spine, top of teeth odd pages. It is short ones, right? Short ones. This is how I would think you'd read it. S D V E B. Doesn't seem like that's the right word. That is an odd page. Maybe it means start at the top of the spine here, not in the middle of the book. So S, Y, W, E, W. S, Y, W. Maybe I need to write it out. S, Y, W. Let me just do a couple of these because this does seem like the right thing to do to me. Start at the top of the spine. Well, there's the spine. There's the top. Fang to fang all around. Top teeth, odd pages. This seems right, the right thing. Sometimes when we do these things and we start to get letters, they don't make sense and I rule them out prematurely. But let's just see. S, Y, W, E, W. Is that an X or a K? It looks like an X, P. This does not seem like it's spelling anything. Why is that? Start beside the top of the spine. Is it on a certain page that we should start? Let's see. DD, that does not seem right. Top teeth, odd pages. Bottom teeth, even pages. Maybe we should start on this page. I do see this is where this is. This is even though. Okay, let's see. So if we started even here, W-E, we O-N, G, T, that does not seem right. I mean, clearly this is the right thing. Is it these letters of this thing? These are too fine-grained for us to do it. And these are too small. Have I got top and bottom wrong? Surely the top are the small teeth. The narrower, right? Whose teeth look like this? No one's. The other side of the teeth, I don't think that makes a difference. Is it like this? Could be looking at the letters inside. No. Well, it's fun that it's a little more complicated than we thought, but it's clearly something small we're missing. This is clearly the right thing. Start beside the top of the spine. From fang to fang, all around, top teeth, odd pages, bottom teeth, top of the spine, then all around. So let's just step back for a second. It does make sense that this is the end of each sentence. Like each page has a sentence, right? And it looks like you're starting at the top of the spine and going this way because then it's ending at various different places depending on the length of the message. Let's try it this way. We know approximately what it's going to miss. So let's see if we can't see that we're doing it slightly wrong. S-N-O-W, snow. Maybe it is. Maybe we are using it sure seems like we should be using the top teeth for this page. But okay, if we do it this way, we get something that looks like a word. Snow. S-N-O-W. Grass. Snowgrass. S-W-N. That's weird. S-S. S-W-N. Snowgrass. What the heck? S-N-O-W-G-R. Is that an R or is that a B? Looks like an R to me. That's an R. A. S. S. Snowgrass. S-W-N. That is a very weird way to start off a message. Snowgrass. Well, let's keep going. So then presumably we switch directions. We again start at the spine though, and now we're going to use these small things. F, L, A, M, I. Is flaming. Is flaming. Okay. These might be drink names. Okay, flaming. All right. O D I R T. O D I R T. Something's wrong there. Flaming. I R. Assuming that's an R T S K Y. S K Y. Dirt sky. Flaming. Oh, dirt sky. Flaming. Maybe it's not an O. Flaming. Maybe it got to here. Flaming. Dirt sky. Okay. Keep going. Sun, not SWN. Okay. We're gonna mark words that that we think are suspicious. Okay, let's continue here. You think this is a U? Not that's definitely a U. So did I get a U here? Yes, you're right. That's a U, not a W. Sun. Okay, and then what did I do wrong with the O here? Because obviously it's not flaming Sorry. Flaming. Sure looks like an O to me. Oh, dirt. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. It's easier to error correct these things than get hung up. Okay. So now we've got SUNV IOL IOL ETS ETS SUNV sun violets. Okay. Snow, grass, sun, flaming O, dirt, sky, sun, violets. Continuing with the spine. BIR. Here's our dirt again. But, yes, dirt S. S, I guess that doesn't really feel like it lines up perfectly, but STONE. Dirt, stone. What's the next letter here? I guess it's another S. TONE. That's weird. Another stone. And we've got SU. I see there are words repeating over and over again. SUNB. LOOD. Blood. SNO. Snow. Okay. A little more to go here. So there are words repeated over again. GRAS. This is grass again. Grass. SUNSNOW. Sun and then snow. Okay. Now we've got GARK, dark. I guess I should use another piece of paper here. So these are keywords. And Dispaminite is saying it's a little easier if I just figure out how many letters it's skipping, if it's always skipping the same number of letters. It would help if we flip the fangs so we can use the pointy bits. Dark. Let's see. N E S S S NESS darkness, and then we've got a new word, SKY. Okay, last one. CARRO. CARRO. Is that right? Or am I using the wrong? Carrot. T, and then we have SUN, carrot. Carrot sun. BLOOD. So it feels like I must have this is the one word that seems wrong. Snow, grass, sun, flaming, dirt, sky, sun, violets, dirt, stone, stone, sun, blood, snow, grass, sun, snow, darkness, sky, carrot, sun, blood. SGS. I don't know what these mean. Okay. All right. So I can see in the chat the suggestion is it's flamingo, not flaming O. So break the word here. Okay, since we're inventing our own word break, obviously. Flaming snow, sun. Sorry. Snow, grass, sun, flamingo, dirt, sky, sun, violets, dirt, stone, stone. Did I do that wrong, or are there really two stones? Sun, blood, snow, grass, sun, snow, darkness, sky, carrot, sun, blood. I just want to make sure there really are two stones here. 1, 2, 3, fourth page. 1, 2, 3, 4. This was dirt, T. Then we have STONE, STONE. Okay, so there are two stones in a row. All right, well, here is our list of words. Now, what on earth do we do with that? That's her secret code. Now, you could snow, grass, sun, snow, flamingo, dirt, sky. I mean, we haven't seen those things. You could imagine it's military things like SGSFLDS. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like we would need to find these objects to do a code. Here's the other possibility. We've got this thing. I wonder if these might match colors. Like snow is white, grass is green, darkness is black, a flamingo is pink, blood is red, dirt is brown, stone might be gray, sun would be orange. I think that makes some sense. Let's see how many colors we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we're assuming they match these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Do we have 11 different words here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seems about right. 11 for stone. Okay, so that's what it's going to be. It's going to be colors. All right. So let's just write down our colors here. So darkness is going to be black, right? Sky is going to be blue. Carrot is going to be orange. Sun is going to be orange too. So how do you work that out? What is going to be red? Sun is going to be yellow. Okay. Snow is going to be white. Grass is going to be green. Flamingo's pink. Violets are purple. That's our violet. Dirt is going to be brown. Stone is going to be gray. Okay, so there's all of our colors. All right, I think the easiest way, now why do we care about position? Okay, because we care about this. All right, let's make a card for the colors and what letters they are. So blue is our R. Purple is our C. Black is our U. Green is our H. And then on the arms, what color is that? Is that going to be our brown? Yes, that's our brown. Brown is going to be our A. And then orange is going to be our N, it looks like. Right, that's an N, yes. Okay. Then gray is going to be our L. And then red is going to be our D. Then pink is going to be our Y. And then white is going to be our T. And yellow is going to be our E. Okay, let's get our message here now. So we've got T. Can you see this okay? Yes, you can see it if I do it this way. Okay, so T, H, sun is yellow, E, the, pink is Y, A, blue is R, sun is yellow, E, purple is C. Sounds like this might be wrong, but let's just keep going. We'll find the bugs later. Purple, okay, dirt is brown. A, stone is gray. L, stone is gray. L. Oh, they are called, is what she's going to write here. Okay, so we got our gray. Sun is yellow. E, blood is red. D, they are called. White is C. Let me just make sure I don't skip anything. D, white is T. Grass is green. H, the. They're called the. White is T. Okay, black is U. Blue is R. Orange is N. And sun They are called the Turned. The Turned. That is the name of the group. The Turned. Okay. Pretty cool. All right. That's a rather involved amount of decoding for a code, but not unpleasant. I'm still not sure I understand why the small and large. Maybe it meant, what's the top? Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you have longer ones at the top when you're a vampire. Maybe you do. What was, maybe I'm, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Turned is the name of the group. That's going to give us our answer to our first challenge, which we will put into the program and advance the case as soon as we get back. Time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back continuing our playthrough of Creatures of the Night. I don't know what I was thinking about the small ones on top. I mean, I can feel my own teeth now. The upper ones are bigger. The upper ones come down over the lower teeth. So I don't know why I thought it was reversed. I was just looking at it. It seemed like that made sense, but now I see. Anyway, okay, a nice little multi-level puzzle. That's what the Deadbolt is sort of good at. It's good at having a puzzle not be totally self-contained on one sheet. It requires you to figure out which pieces of which puzzles go together. All right, so it sounds like we know the answer to our first question. What is the name of the group? They're called the Turned. So we're ready to answer this. The only thing we could do first, if we wanted to talk to the Katie, the roommate, we could do that, but we have no reason to talk to her yet. Let's let her simmer. All right, let's put in our answer here. Let's see if it's going to be a PDF or one of their new systems. Yeah, so they're doing away with the encrypted PDFs. Now they've got their own little page. On one side, it's actually much better than the encrypted PDFs. But the nice thing about the encrypted PDFs is that they were going to live forever. Whereas you never know here. It looks like this is WordPress based. Okay. So what is the name of the group? No caps, no spaces. So the Turned. No, I didn't do that right. Turned, yeah. This keyboard, the first letter you type doesn't register. The Turned. This is the other thing. At least you can see it. We've had games where I was typing something and there was no way to verify. Okay, here we go. Now that you know the name of the clandestine group of vampires Elizabeth was searching for, you head out to track down the people mentioned in her journal. Thankfully, she mentioned where she met them all, which should make finding them easy. You decide to start with Teddy. Since he's a tour guide, he should be able to help you get the lay of the land. You may now open the city envelope. Okay, so it's still a PDF file. That's where we're in. We're in my PDF reader here. I'm just going to close these other files. Okay, so we can now open the city envelope. That's going to be this one here. We're going to talk to Teddy, the tour guide, who she mentions. Maybe we should look in the journal again and remind ourselves what she said about Teddy. What did she say? She met Parker. What Teddy? She's trying to buy this drink for Gwyneth. She met someone else. I have a lead. I think Teddy was early, wasn't it? Susan, Gwyneth, Parker, Miles. Should I write down all these? But where is Teddy? Knows the group's name. I'm gonna write, okay, Teddy is who she found first. All right, I'm just gonna keep a list of these people because they're obviously gonna be our people of interest. So first we found Teddy. Just gonna write these other people. That was on page 1. Page 2, she meets Susan. Then she meets Gwyneth. Okay. Then she meets Parker on page 3. Trying to find Gwyneth's drink. Then she meets a new friend, Miles. Page 4. Then she's talking about Katie. I'm going to write down Katie. Katie is the roommate. Okay. She meets someone new. Sparkled. He looked like he face planted. It didn't phase him. She doesn't name this person? She doesn't name this person. I'm just going to put him under a nickname of Sparkle. She doesn't name this person, right? Then she finds the group's name, no other people. Okay, there's our people. All right, let's open our new envelope. We still have to talk to Katie. Please don't let me forget to interview Katie again. It's going to be hard to forget to interview her, but it could happen. All right, let's see what we've got in here. We've got a little coffin with some... Looks like that's supposed to be punched out. And there's some more things that look like they're supposed to be punched out. But maybe we'll wait to punch them out. But probably those are meant to be punched out. Okay, some more deciphering. We've got a face we can put to the name. There's Susan. We can talk with her. New Orleans, Creatures of the Night, a tour you can really sink your teeth into. Okay, there's a walking tour of New Orleans. There's the crypt here. Local hangout spot for denizens of the night. Let's see if we can get a little closer up here. Okay. Local hangout spot for denizens of the night. This is the watch with live music every night. This is the spot to step out of your coffin and cut a rug. Jacques de Saint-Germain home. Come hear the story of New Orleans' most famous vampires who lived for over 200 years and may still walk among us. Then that's location 3. Location 6 is a coven, home to the unofficial Vampire Museum. This is the perfect place if you want to see the modern vampire style inspired by Bram Stoker's works. 7 is Coffin Corner. Thanks to the dark arts. Books on the dark arts. Potions for any occasion, spells for your fortune, and hexes for your enemies. Coffin Corner has it all. And then location 9 is the Steakhouse, located in the old wine cellar of the Bradley Hotel. Steakhouse is a must-see for those looking for a more formal vampire-inspired locale. Tell the bouncer the keyword and get access to the hidden speakeasy. So that's these places. And then down here, 5I is visit one of the official New Orleans information points for anything needed during your visit. 4, enjoy one of the many scenic parks, the perfect way to bask in the moonlight. 8, catch a bus here to make your tour all that much easier. And 2 up here, need a break from the living, consider taking a stroll through a cemetery. Okay. Well, we got more persons of interest. Here's Parker, the role player, a Coven live action role player. And here's Teddy, the tour guide. That's the guy we're talking to here first, I guess. All right, so we can talk to those people. And here is the menu at the steakhouse. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to bring it over so I can see it here. Okay, so a bunch of things you can order to eat at the steakhouse. Little play on the word steak, steakhouse, ribeye steak. No drinks here, just food. What's on the back, though? Heard the rumor, well, there may or may not be more to the steakhouse. The secret lies here in the menu. Drive your steak through the correct hearts to reveal what you need to be invited in. So look what it is. It's bottoms of words with a little slit in these hearts. So this looks like a D, a B, and L. This looks like a T, E, D, but whatever. And then this can punch out. And depending on how deep it goes, that looks like it'll complete a word. So you can see this could be DBL double. Does that make a word? Does that make a word? Does that make a word? No, so this is probably double. And so on. So that looks straightforward enough. We'll deal with that in a bit. And before we do, let's remind ourselves about this. We're trying to find where the group Elizabeth was looking into and how to knock on the door. So we're clearly not ready for that yet. Okay, let's talk to our people. Teddy, the tour guide. Okay, let's talk to Teddy.
Welcome to Creatures of the Night, New Orleans' premier vampire tour. Please remember, no garlic or crucifixes while on tour. The tour is completely safe half of the time, so you have nothing to worry about. Looks like it's just you and me tonight. I might not be a vampire myself, but I will be soon. I work for a vampire during the day, since he can't get out in the sunlight. I usually run errands for him, like picking up fast food and dry cleaning. He says I have almost proven myself worthy of being turned. I can't wait.
And now we can talk to him by scanning this. It reminds me a little bit of, we recently watched the 2 television versions of Salem's Lot, a Stephen King novel. They were both made into a miniseries. The first one starring David Soul in the 70s, and then remade in 2004 or 2014 starring Rob Lowe. I much preferred the original, but it was interesting to compare them. And now it's been remade into a movie that they were trying to put in theaters, but they couldn't know it. It was too bad. So it's now come straight to Cinemax. All of them are being sort of pitched as movies, but the first 2 were clearly TV miniseries, 2-part, like 3 hours total. And there was also a Return to Salem's Lot movie, but we never saw that. Came out today, says the Spamonite, the Cinemax one. Well, we're going to check it out soon. Toby Hooper is better, but the longer version of that one is better. Okay. Let's scan this and talk to Teddy and see what Teddy has to tell us.
Greetings, mortal. How may I assist you?
So this is their new Deadbolt Mystery Society actually interactive thing. Okay, we can ask them about Elizabeth. We can ask them about the crypt. We can ask them about Coffin Corner. These are all places on the tour, right? We can ask about the crypt. We can ask about Coffin Corner. We can ask about the steakhouse. And we could ask about the Turned. Remember that Elizabeth theorizes that maybe now that she knows the name, she can ask people about it. But that's how she got killed or taken. So I don't know if we want to be asking about it. And we don't know if this is actually we have no idea whether picking one of these things to do could kill off some of the others, right? I mean, we don't know because this is their new website thing. Maybe if we ask him about the turned, he says, go away. I can't talk to you about anything. All right, let's start out by asking about Elizabeth. Let's see if we can get a clue that he might have been involved in her disappearance. Probably one of these people are. So let's ask him if he knows Elizabeth. Yeah, I know her. She used to be a regular, but I haven't seen her in a while. If you're looking for her and think her disappearance has something to do with vampires, you've come to the right place. I'm one step away from becoming a vampire myself. He really thinks he's going to become a vampire. All right, let's ask him. I guess we're just going to... I don't want to ask him about the turn until last because I think he might run away. Let's ask about the crypt. The crypt is a hangout for younger vampires. You get all types coming through there. I once talked with a guy who claimed to be an energy vampire. The only true energy vampire I've ever heard of is Valley Falls Water and Light. My last bill was out of this world. But I digress. I had a great talk with this guy, but I'm not sure I believe he was what he claimed to be. By the end of the conversation, he was looking worn out. Maybe it had been a while since he fed. Too bad. I like telling him about all the interesting facts I know. So, I think this is a little humorous play on a TV comedy vampire show called Out of the Shadows. Is that what it's called? And in that comedy show, which isn't really for me, it's not my kind of humor. I like the regular Office, but they had a scene where there was an energy vampire. I think I'm remembering the right name of what we do in the shadows, says Jonathan. Okay. Anyway, I remember one episode where there was an energy vampire and he basically acts like this kid here and sucks the energy out of the other office workers. And I think this little thing we're reading here is a little play on that, telling us like the energy vampire met him, and instead of the energy vampire telling these meaningless stories that suck the energy out of other people, the energy vampire had his energy taken away from him. Okay, so that's kind of clever. Cute. All right, let's ask about Coffin Corner. Coffin Corner is a bookstore and an alchemy shop. They have a bit of everything there. The mystique of the place was ruined for me, though, when I saw their book club was reading the Twilight Saga a couple months back. Sparkling vampires, no thank you. Okay, so we know that Elizabeth met a sparkling vampire. Sounds like he's a vampire from the Twilight Saga. Maybe he's connected to this book club. Interesting. Okay, what about the steakhouse, Teddy? I'll bet you can't guess what they serve. Yes, they serve steaks and some other food, but this isn't the main draw of the place. What most go in search of, however, is alcohol and lots of it. Oh, and vampires. Of course, you still have to gain access to the back room for the full experience. I've heard the secret is in their menu, but I haven't tried to go back there yet. I'm waiting until I become a full vampire. All right, so maybe once we decode the steakhouse, we get access to the speakeasy at the back, where we can order the drinks that we know Gwyneth wants, where we figure out what she wants. Okay, now we have to ask him about this last part that's off screen. What do you know about the turned? So, you know about them. Revealing that information to complete strangers might not be the smartest move, though. Telling the wrong person would be a bit like going to Victorian England and announcing you know the name of Jack the Ripper, but not expecting to get sliced under a gas lamp. Those vampires have remained hidden for a long time for a very good reason. They don't like people poking around into their comings and goings. The turned is the real deal.
and Elizabeth wanted to join them. She had learned a lot about them, but I didn't know the extent of her knowledge. She did tell me if you could find out the location of their lair, you would need to know a series of phrases to gain access. Somehow she figured out one of the phrases, but wouldn't tell me directly. She said I would know the phrase if I used her ideal route for my tour. No idea what she meant, but I have what she gave me. See if it makes any sense to you. And don't forget to orient the map north. She said blood and then these numbers. 167, take a short break. 258, 456, take a break. Go to 369, take a break. And then rest and go there. Okay, so it sounds like that is going to combine with this to spell out letters. So blood, and then what have we got? 96321. You can see this is spelling out a shape. 21475. So like this. 96325. Then so what is this? Orient the map north. Thank you. That's a very good point. Jonathan says that I wasn't paying attention to north being here. So orient the map north. Okay, then we're probably going to get a 6, I would have to imagine. Let's see. 963. So yeah, it goes like this. So that's going to be a 6. 6 or a G. G is going to be, right? Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 8, 5, 7. That's an R. Okay. And then 1, 6, 7, 1, 6, 7. That's going to be an A. And then take a short break. That's going to be our word break. Let's see. Can I zoom out so you can see what I'm writing here? Yes. Okay. Next word is 258. Next letter, 258. That's a dash. 987. 987. 5321. 5321. 987 5321. That's our N. 456. 456. That's our I. Take a break. 369. 369. 96325. 96325. 963258741. That's our S. What is this 369 thing though? 369. I'm gonna write that down since I'm not sure. It could be that this letter combines with this letter. 369. Then we got an S. Then we got 74123. 74123. That's an L. Then 987. 987. That's our I again. Okay, let's write all this out first. That's our 987. Okay, 96321, 96321, 96321.
What is that? What letter is that? Nine, 6, 3, 2, 1. And then take a break. Go to 852, 852. That's our dash again. I think it might want us to combine these. Like this gives us an F if we combine 4, 5, 6, then go to 3, 4, 9. 4, 5, 6, then go to 3, 6, 9. Yeah, that's telling us to combine. Okay, so it said go 4, 5, 6, then 3, 6, 9. That's making a T. Okay, so those two get combined and give us a T. In the same way, this last one that said 9, 6, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, 1, 6, 7. Take a short break and go to 2, 5, 8. 1, 6, 7, and then 2, 5, 8. That was our A. So it's not a dash here, it was combined. So we combined to get the A, and then here, the same thing. This combines with this to begin F. That was our 852. And then lastly, 7, 4, 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, 1, 2, 3. That's our L. But then it goes 7, 4, 1, 2, 3, and then 6, 9. So that's a C. C. Then rest and go to 2, 5, 8. Becomes E. Grant's life. So the combined with the rest, the three parts you see here, 1, 6, 7, take a short break. That combined to give us the T. And then the 4, 5, 6 and take a break combined to give us an F. And then lastly, the 7, 4, 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 and rest to 2, 5, 8 gave us the E, the combined thing. Okay, so Grant's life. Grant's life without any, we don't have any spaces, but Grant's what? Grant's life, okay. That's what I get out of that. Let's see. She's saying he's telling her she figured out the phrases. And one of the phrases is Grant's life. A series of phrases, and one of them is Grant's life. She figured out where. She said I would know the phrase if I used her ideal thing. Okay, so this is going to be a phrase, I guess. One of the phrases, and you'll remember that we think there are 4 phrases that she's going to have to answer. This is going to be one of them. Okay, so that's Teddy. Well, we've got more people to talk to. I'm just going to write, this is our first phrase from Teddy. Okay, so we could talk to Parker, the LARPer. Let's see what he says. I want to suck your blood. Oh, LARP? Oh, sorry. Stands for live action role playing, meaning we all come up with a character to pretend to be it. In this case, we also talk like what we think a vampire should sound like. I am Count Morlock. My character design takes inspiration from what some would call the classic vampire look, but
Did you know vampires were not always seen as sophisticated and charming? Before they resembled that what most would think of as goose. Is there something you wanted to ask me? Oh, Blood Grant's life. What did I miss? Okay, you're saying I missed something here. Oh, thank you for catching that. Okay. She said blood and then Grant's life. Okay, thank you for catching that. So, blood, Grant's life is the phrase here. Blood, Grant's life. That makes a lot more sense as a phrase. Okay, that's one of our phrases. Okay, back to the LARPer. Good catch. Let's talk to him some more. The experience you get on this channel is not of a professional audiobook reader. The experience we're recreating here is more like the mother doing her best to read to her kids the storybook. So that's what you get. The voices aren't consistent, but the mother is trying. The father, I should say. My mother used to read to us. So I always say the mother, I always think of a mother reading to her kids, but okay. Parker. Hello, mortal. What can I do for you? We only have one question we can ask him. Do you know Elizabeth Robbins? He says, see what he says. I mean, you better admit to it. First of all, will you can it with the cheesy accent? This is serious. Elizabeth has gone missing. Oh, this is us. Yes, I know Elizabeth quite well. She is a cheerful girl, which makes her stand out with her gothic aesthetic. Why, do you ask? And we say, first of all, will you can it with the cheesy accent? This is serious. Elizabeth has gone missing. When did you last see her? What? That is terrible. Then, one sec. Let me take these teeth out. When did this happen? Sorry, you asked me a question first. I saw her over a week ago. We talked about life, normal stuff. She mentioned having a breakthrough in her search, but wouldn't say much more than that. I told her to be careful, and we parted ways. That was the last I saw her. What was she searching for? Let's not talk here. Too many nosy people around here, and you never know who's listening. Here, take this coffin. It will help you. It will take you to where we had our last LARP meeting. I'm heading out. We can talk more when you get there. Where do you go to meet Parker? Oh, it's asking us a question. So it's asking us to decode this right now. All right, let's punch out these last letters. So this is another use of, we're seeing Deadbolt Mystery Society using their new system. Okay, he says, here, take this coffin, and he gives us this. And now it's asking us where to go to continue our discussion. So what can we do? We can fold it over here. Doesn't. We can fold it over this way. We can fold it over. We can fold it over this way and look at this. We can look at this. Fold it over this way and look at this. Or look at this. So numbers, if we fold it over this way in the circles. And if we fold it over this way, we get letters. They don't quite line up that well. What letter is that in there? An E. Okay. Noudm. That sounds like it spells a word. I wonder if we're going to combine letters on both sides.
And I wonder if any of these places are going to be these. Do you suppose we're just going to unscramble these letters, or do you think we do a following these numbers get us something? Doesn't look like it. Just write these letters. Okay, this one was an E in here. E, A, D, P, C. And on this side, what have we got? N, O, U, E, D, M. No holes I haven't punched out. What did I say that was? N, O, U, E, D. The question is, where do we go to meet him? You might expect that we're going to get a place on this list, but not for sure. Hmm. I'm working under the assumption that we're going to unscramble these either with some logical way, or maybe we could brute force figure it out. Might expect the O and the U to go together. But is it something more complicated? What does he say? Take this coffin. It will take you to where we had our last LARP meeting. Where does she meet him? She meets him in a LARP. I'm trying to think. Parker. She says, while at the crypt. His name is Parker. He's into LARPing. I mean, M-O-U-N-D is mound. M-O-U-N-D. That would leave us with an E up here. I mean, it's tempting to just draw lines. 1 to 2 might hit this line. N, 2 to 3, nothing. 4, 5. 5 to 6 would hit the E. 6 to 7, nothing. 7 to 8 would hit the U. But that gives us NEU. Doesn't seem like that's anything. Um, 6 to 7 hits the E. 7 to 8 hits the U. 8 to 9 hits all three. NEM. And then the numbers repeat here. He's given us a coffin. Let's see. Coffin corner, books on the dark arts, spells for your fortune and hexes. That doesn't really help. And it makes sense that you would fold it this way. This is the only way we get letters. Well, let's see for a second. If we do it this way, we get actually the letters coming through, the numbers coming through are in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's got to be something. So might it be the letter that's closest to each number? So 1 may be a W, 2 is an N, 3 is a D, 4 closest letter is a Y, 5 closest letter is an O or a U. This doesn't seem right, but this ordering has to be significant. Let's keep doing this out. 6, the closest letter looks like an L or a P. Awfully close. 7 is a P or a C. So this can't be the right thing to do. But the fact that these create numbers 1 through... Why is this 1 white? That's kind of weird. Okay, so if we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, do we have a 10 letters? And how do we get, sorry, 11 letters? How do we get a letter from each of these? If it's not the closest letter, which it sure doesn't seem to be. If we know it's a 6, can we swap this around to get a letter in there? Yes. Okay. Let's try that. So 1, and now we flip it, and that 1 goes to a C. Is that going to be right? Yes. 1C. 2A. CA. 3. Is this all here, which is the F. CAF. Okay. This is surely the right answer. 4 becomes our E. Cafe. 5 becomes our D. Flipping over, 6 becomes our U. 7 becomes our M. 8 becomes our O. 9 becomes our N. 10 which is this one here, becomes D. And 11 E. Cafe du Monde. Okay. Is it du Monde? Was it a D? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 was a D. Cafe du Monde. Okay, let's tell him we figured out, Parker, we figured out where you were going for. So, Cafe du Monde with an E at the end. Arriving at Cafe du Monde, the place is packed with people sporting powdered sugar mustaches as they enjoy some of the cafe's famous beignets. Scanning the room, you see a group of people wearing capes and plastic fangs. Amongst the group, you spy Parker. Walking over, he excuses himself from the group and joins you at a table. You had some more questions about Elizabeth, he asks. What are beignets? They're like little pastries, right? Can someone look up what beignets are? I think they're little pastries, but I'd like to know. I'd like the little reminder. Okay. You had some more questions about Elizabeth, he asks. Yeah, what was Elizabeth looking into? Trouble, that's what. She was convinced she had discovered the trail of a real group of vampires and was determined to find them. She ignored me when I pointed out that if they were real, they probably didn't want to be bothered. I made the mistake of telling Liz what I knew of the group. I won't do that again. Take my advice and leave it alone. Anything else? Yeah. What is the turned? You can't leave well enough alone, can you? If you know the group's name, you're already in this pretty far. I'll tell you what I told Liz. The sun may burn, but darkness heals. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have appointments to get to. Anything else? Nothing else from him. Okay, so that's going to be another phrase. Maybe we'll write down all our phrases so far. The first one was blood grants life. And it feels like he's giving us another one. The sun may burn, but darkness heals. The sun may burn, comma, but darkness heals. Now, whether that's a full phrase, whoa, that's zoomed in, or whether we're going to use that to get a shorter phrase, we don't know. But we are done with this. We're done with Parker. And not a minute too soon. Let's now have a discussion with Susan. Now, what do we know about Susan? When does our Elizabeth meet Susan? She says, found a kindred soul today. Her name is Susan. She works at Coffin Corner. We got to talking about books and vampires. We probably talked for 2 hours. She didn't come right out and say it, but she did hint more than once that I might find what I'm looking for if I knew what to ask. Okay. Welcome to Coffin Corner, the best bookstore in town if you're into the strange and supernatural.
Consider joining our book club? We just finished reading Vampire Diaries by L.J. Smith, and next we'll be reading Interview with a Vampire by Anne Rice for the 3rd time this year. It's a great read. If you need any help finding a book or have a question, you just let me know. Okay, there's Susan. Let's see what Susan is willing to share with us. Oops. I do have a few questions for you, but not about the store. They relate to a young woman, Elizabeth Robbins, and vampires. Can you help me? I'm not comfortable talking to you about that. I've put up with too many tourists picking around, wanting a bit of a laugh. Answer my questions, then I'll answer yours. What are the origins of the word vampire? Well, we know that because it's in Elizabeth's diary. And she says, the name vampire is Serbian in origin, comes from the word vampir, vam meaning blood, and pir meaning monster. Okay, so what are the origins of the word vampire? No caps, no spaces. So do you think what she means is she wants us to type blood monster like that? We know vampire is Serbian for vam here, meaning blood, and pure meaning monster. Of course, this is an app. It may allow multiple things, but let's see if blood monster is good enough for her. No, incorrect. Try again. Okay. Well, what are the origins? Does she want us to type Serbian? Ah, you know some. Well, how about, what's the first name of New Orleans' most famous vampire? No caps, no spaces. Okay. We know that she mentions it somewhere. I think it's the same person who's here. Jacques de Saint Germain, I think. Most famous vampire. Okay. So what is the first name? Okay, well then that's easy. It's Jacques. Okay, now let me check in the chat for what's a beignet. I know someone will have answered my question. It's a puffed pastry covered in powdered sugar, famous in New Orleans. Puffed pastry covered in powdered sugar. Okay, no filling, not like an eclair. Okay, let's proceed in here. Incorrect. Try again. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Jacqueus. Yes. One last question. Who's responsible for the modern view of vampires? Okay, I think what answer are they looking for? Are they looking for the author of are they looking for the author of Interview with the Vampire, Anne Rice? Is that what we're told? We were told at one point. She doesn't seem to mind us when we answer multiple things. Let me just try Anne Rice. Incorrect. Did I spell it wrong? Annerice. No, she doesn't like that. Annrice. She's probably like, what are you talking about? I told you Anne Rice does not answer. Okay, so yes, it was Bram Stoker, we were told. Bram Stoker. Yes, we absolutely were. Where were
It was mentioned somewhere in here in the tour guide. We were told that Bram Stoker is responsible for modern. Yes. If you want to see the modern vampire style inspired by Bram Stoker. Okay, so that's her answer. That she wants the modern view is Bram Stoker. All right, did I not type it in? Bram Stoker. All right, I can trust you. What can I do for you? Have you seen Elizabeth, and do you remember the last time you did? Yes, I talked with her a few times, but I suspect you already knew that already. We have similar interests, and she actually believes in the supernatural, so we get along quite well, but I haven't seen her around in a while. Okay, what do you know about the Turned? So, you've heard about them, have you? Well, I guess you know that Liz was looking to find the Turned. To be honest, I'm interested as well. I'll tell you what I told her. Once you find the place, you'll need to knock thrice. Only then will you have a chance to get in. At least that's what I've heard. Okay, so that seems like it's the answer to this part, knock. So knock thrice is our first answer there. Knock thrice. Okay. We're done with Susan. And we're done with Parker, and we're done with Teddy. So these three we've talked to, and we've gotten all we can from them, but we haven't gone here yet. And we know the knock, and I think we know two phrases. But we need four. We're going to get something from the steakhouse. Maybe it's time to talk to Katie. Maybe she overheard one of the phrases. Let's take a break from that, though. Let's do this, and then we'll soon take a break. I think this is going to say double. DBL. Is there a dish that's double? No. Okay, let's keep going. DBL. What is this word going to be? Clearly, that's not it. That's not it. Unless it's telephone. Double tel. No. No, that's not. Why? No. No. That looks like TEL. So we've got DBL, TEL. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. That could be it. MOL. Yeah, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. So that has to be here. MOL. MOL. Okay. I like I got a mosquito trying to attack me here. Okay, so that's not a word. LHI, that could very well be a word. That's not. That doesn't line up. That doesn't line up. So LHI. And lastly, that's not something. 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 Whoops. One of these not somethings has got to be something. Okay, that doesn't work as a word. That doesn't work as a word. I mean, doesn't work as letters. I guess that doesn't either. That doesn't either. Is that OOD? Doesn't quite. Oh, I know, but if we force it, I think we get OOD. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 triplets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so somehow these rearrange. LHI is not likely to be a double tell mall. Why would lots of possibilities here? Could be that we combine this with something. We could have spots in between. It is a heart. What else could we do? What form do we think this answer is going to be in? Heard the rumor there may or may not be more to the steakhouse. The secret lies here in the menu. Drive your steak through. I wonder if let me just make sure. If we go to double, which was our first one, I'm not, let's see. If we go to DBL and we flip it around, does that help us in any way? Not really. Okay, let's see. Double TELMOL. So that this could be self-contained, or it's possible something. Let's just see if anything has the word double in it here. Okay, no DBL. Well, I wonder if it's just trying to make word a phrase out of this. It's interesting puzzle because it's not obvious to me what kind of answer it's giving us. If it's giving us another phrase, then this has to somehow be a phrase. It's all triplets. Triplet. Okay, I see blinking, so the channel may be trying to give me the answer, but I'm not going to look at the chat yet. I want to think about this for a second. So you might imagine a book code where we've got like a paragraph number, a line number, a word number, and it could give us a phrase made up out of the words here. Let me just clear this chat. But DBLTELMHI, those are just weird, like the letters range all the way to T. Like if this was a book code, then I say we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 paragraphs to number. So you wouldn't expect the T to be indexing into that. Maybe that idea of leaving the thing through it wasn't actually a terrible idea after all. Let me just see. If we go back to double and we look here, is there any sense in which it would be asking how far down it goes? Not really landing on any words, is it though? This one was T-E-L, huh? Let me just do this. T-E-L. The point is what you would care about. It's clearly not landing on anything, so that doesn't work. To reveal what you need to be invited in. Drive your stake through the correct heart. The correct hearts. That's an interesting little phrase. Drive your stake through the correct hearts. Drive your stake through the correct hearts. Which hearts are correct? Are they anatomically different in any way? They look all the same to me. In what sense are some correct? Let me look at the back of each of these. This one was MOL here. The correct part. Huh? That's a very weird way of saying it. Drive your stake through the correct hearts to reveal what you need to be invited in. This one was LHI. Through the correct hearts, huh? Drive your stake through the correct hearts. That's a weird way of saying it. Doesn't say drive your stake at the correct height to line it up. Boy, that's weird. I mean, just looking at these letters, I mean, look like blood would be a reasonable word to get out of this. Blood. In fact, the last two letters here would line up with these here. Double blood. I mean, DBL blood. So I wonder if we can just rearrange these. So this would be like the last. This would be second to last. So what would go before end in D? Kid blood, old blood. So it's not going to be this one next. But I wonder if this isn't 3. Old blood. And then what would end in an M? Him. And that would be 1. So tell him old blood. Yes. Okay. Tell him old blood. Tell him old blood. Probably old blood is going to be the phrase. So it's just this came first, then this, then this, then this. String it all together. You get tell him old blood. Now that makes sense. So I guess this clue, drive your stake through the correct hearts, really is a way of meaning, without saying it, drive them through stakes, through hearts in the right order. Now, is there a way for us to know that order? Or did we just have to figure it out? Let's see. I'm sure the channel figured it out. Let's see. Tell him old blood. Marco did figure it out. So the question is, though, is the game telling us somewhere what order, or did we just have to trial and error and figure it out? But okay, either way, old blood, I guess, is going to be another one of our phrases. Not tell him old blood, but just old blood. Okay. I think it's time for us to take a break. Yes, it is. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, so we have three, or did we just get one? We're fairly certain we have to go back to Katie, the roommate, to get one of the phrases. Did I? But that still gives us, oh yeah, there's four phrases in total. We have three, and we have the knock thrice. So we think Katie's going to give us the last phrase. She probably doesn't even know she has it, but she's going to give it to us. Remind me when we finish and we talk about the game. I have a little taste test for us to do, and we can talk a little bit about public speaking. I want to get your thoughts on a question I have that is relevant to the Kudo Plays pitch night that was tonight. But let's talk to Katie first. Lizzie and I didn't really hang out much, even though we were roommates. We ran in completely different social circles. I think we read this already, didn't we? Yeah, she says she should have been looking for how to pay rent instead of looking for vampires. All right, but we didn't talk to her. We read this, but we didn't talk to her. All right, so let's go talk to her. Remember, when we play these games together here on this channel, after we finish, I like to talk about the games, especially from a game design perspective. So I hope when you play these games with me, you'll keep a little pen and paper nearby and jot down any notes you want to remember to talk about at the end. I have a couple notes in mind for this game so far. I don't want to forget. Katie says, was there something else you needed? Yeah. When did you last see Elizabeth? I saw her last week on Monday. I was getting home from work around 5 a.m. and she was getting ready to leave. We keep different hours. I stick to a normal schedule, while Lizzie usually didn't get up until noon most days. I didn't think too much about it because Lizzie was always doing stuff like that. She'd take off without a word and be gone for a few days, then just show back up. I figured this was the same thing, but she's never been gone this long before, so I'm starting to worry a little. The people she hangs out with aren't the most savory of characters, if you know what I mean. Anything else? Before we move on, look at this girl and her smile. I'm a little bit suspicious of her. So I had a thought. Before we move on for her, she says she last saw her last week on Monday, right? I just want to make sure that's consistent because we're pretty certain we know the day Katie disappeared. But she's been gone for a long time. So let's see. She hasn't seen Elizabeth for almost 2 weeks. We have an actual day when this case started. We do know, we think, when she disappeared on the 22nd of April. But I guess we don't know what the current day is. I was just wondering if last week on Monday. So she says last week on Monday. And then she says, I haven't seen her for 2 weeks. Oh, wait. Her roommate has informed me she hasn't seen Elizabeth for almost 2 weeks. And then this woman here, the roommate, says last week on Monday. That's a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? Last week on Monday. I guess if it's like Friday this week, that would be almost 2 weeks. I guess if she saw her Monday, last week on Monday, and then it went to the weekend, and then went almost to the weekend again, that would be 2 weeks. I just wish we knew. I wish we knew what the current day of the week is so we could see if we believe this or not. All right, well, probably she's innocent, but how innocent is she really going to be? All right. How long have you known Elizabeth? Almost a year. We both moved to the city around the same time. The landlord mentioned there was someone else looking at the place when I checked it out, and I needed a roommate to cover the rent. All right, well, I mean, I guess maybe that makes her motive not so good. Like, why would she kill off the person she needs the money from for the rent? So maybe she's not a good suspect for us. I know she's having trouble with her boyfriend. I just want to make sure Elizabeth wasn't hanging out with her boyfriend. Now, what have you noticed that's strange here? She didn't give us the phrase we thought she was going to give us. When did you last see her? Wow, we thought we were going to get a phrase from her. Instead, we've got nothing. I saw her last week on Monday. Last week on Monday. I mean, we could use an internet to tell us, was this a Monday? But this is an odd situation, this discussion with this girl, because this is not a phrase, so we're missing a phrase. And we thought we were going to get it from this girl, Katie. It's a little bit odd. We asked her both her questions, right? This is all we're talking to her about. When did you last see her? Monday. How long have you known her? She moved into the same place. We are missing a couple people to talk to. We talked to Teddy. We talked to Parker. We talked to Katie. And we talked to Susan. But we haven't met Gwyneth, Miles, or the Sparkle guy yet. And we've been through all of these. Are we missing a card? Are we missing anything? Huh. Okay. There must be, maybe she put one of the phrases in this diary and we've forgotten that we saw it. Let's see here. Let's go backwards. I finally know the group's name. I've also learned once you find this group is that you have to use a special knock and 4 passphrases. Some of the people I've hinted they know something. So we've got 3 passphrases from 3 people. Huh. Melissa says the Sparkle guy should be in our set. We could look at the contents list, but you think I'm missing a card? You think I'm missing something? Let's see. Okay, let me see if anything is stuck together. We've got Susan, Teddy, and Parker. Envelope is empty. We've got this location. We're not allowed to access yet. The solution. The beginning brief. There's no other document that I see. We've got the coffin. And the restaurant menu, we use those. We've got our voodoo doll and the voicemail, we use those. Is it possible we're missing a card? Let me check the chat again. And it says, don't forget the drink we have to guess. Yeah, but you can't drink the drink. You can't do the drink until you get into the speakeasy bar that's in the place we're going to, I believe. So I think that's not for yet, not for now. Logan says, check, look at the site for a contents check. We could do it. Are we sure we can't deduce the code phrase to the back room? Teddy did mention it. Remember, in this game, you have to be able to scan a QR code to go someplace. And the only place left for us... Oh, wait a second. I see. This is not simply a do not open until instructed. It's a QR code to get in to the back room. So is it that one of these phrases we wrote down, blood grants life, maybe, is not one of the phrases to get into the final place, but it's to get into here? I think you're right. Let's see, which person told us about, where's Teddy? Okay, let's see. I think that's very good catch. Okay. Get into her lair, location of the lair. So this is a phrase for the lair. Okay. That was our blood grants life. So that's definitely a phrase. And then from Parker, which one gave us a password to get in to the bar? Not her. Not Katie. I will tell you what I told Liz. This is the group's name. These feel like these are all how to get into the thing. What about Tell Them Old Blood? That's going to be the one. That's the restaurant. Yes. Okay. So this restaurant code says when you're asked, tell him Old Blood. So that's going to be the code to get into here and not one of the passphrases for the lair. Okay, so I think that's the answer there. Let's see if that's right. Okay, that makes sense. We're not ready to solve it. What is the phrase to enter? Okay, to enter the back room, not to enter the final thing. So I think it's Old Blood. Did I spell that right? Yes, okay. You approach the bouncer guarding the back door and whisper, Old Blood. The man steps aside and addresses you directly. Welcome to the True Steakhouse. You may enter. You walk down. Hold on a second. Okay. You walk down a narrow hallway that eventually opens up on a speakeasy. Speakeasy-style bar filled with goths and those dressed in what could only be described as vampire chic. Soft jazz fills the air, along with the scent of alcohol and a blend of herbs. You must admit, this is one of the most unique locations you have seen, which is saying a lot. Wishing you had the time to order a drink and kick back in such a place, you instead refocus and remind yourself why you're here. It's time to see if the people mentioned in Elizabeth's journal are here. You may now open the steakhouse envelope. Okay. Let's just organize our stuff a little bit more. All right. That was a good catch. That was fun that we couldn't do it. Now, we still haven't gotten much out of Katie. That was weird. But I think we're in the home stretch here. All right, let's put these people aside. And let's go into the back room speakeasy. And meet the rest of our cast of characters. Francis, this vampire. Miles, the jazz player. Cocktail menu with our drinks. Some more secret code stuff that can be punched out into little crosses. I don't know if you can see that. A little hard to see. There, you can kind of see it punches out into crosses. Gwyneth, the vampire. Whoa, look at her. That's the person that you maybe don't take home. And we've got a little weird code thing. Drink your heart out at the steakhouse. Oh, spooky. It's a drink coaster that's suitable for a code. The turned. Do not open until instructed. That's a little scary. Okay, so that goes with our solutions. All right, let's talk to our new people before we start worrying about drinks. This seems like you could actually make some of these drinks. Do you think they're real drinks or did they invent them? Okay. I think we better talk to Gwyneth last. Let's talk to Miles first. Reminiscent of Miles Davis, famous trumpet player. Lots of blood all over these pictures. This is the sparkle guy. Okay, let's see what Miles has to say. New Orleans has a soul like no other. I traveled across the country when I was young and have been to more places than I can count, so I would know. My friends and I were in a band back then, despite playing in a different city every night. I never found a place quite like New Orleans. Others can see it too. Why else do you think we get so many visitors? Oh yes, some of them come for the food. Some come for the tourism. And then there are those who are into darker things. Witchcraft, voodoo, vampires. All right, let's talk to Miles and see what else he knows. What can I do for you? All right. Do you know Elizabeth Robbins? I do indeed. She's a sweet young lady that comes in semi-regularly. She always makes time to talk. She always makes time to talk to between sets if she's free. I don't think she really likes jazz all that much. I think she just pretends to, so she can talk to us and ask us questions. I don't mind it, though. I think I've got her hooked on Count Basie. Count Basie, by the way, if you've never heard Count Basie, He was an orchestra leader and a piano player. And I want to recommend an album if you ever get a chance to pick it up. Count Basie 6, and there's a couple other small group albums of Count Basie. He had a big orchestra that I don't care for that much, but the small group, more modern recordings are quite good. Okay, do you remember when you last saw her? I don't remember exactly when it was, but she did what she always did and got around to asking about vampires. I still don't know why she thinks I know anything about that stuff. Yeah, I play in the back room of the steakhouse, but that's because it pays really good and has been a steady gig for a long, long time. A long, long time. Hundreds of years? I'm a musician. Gigs like this don't come along every day, so here I am, playing 5 nights a week. Anyway, I'll tell you what I told Liz. It's something I've picked up between sets here at the steakhouse from some of the regulars. Take this drink coaster and find a way to keep your drink cold. Then, grab you some Mardi Gras beads. Now listen closely. Saxophone to snow cone, trumpet to beads, king cake to balloon. Take what crosses, then take it off. Try again with drink to fleur-de-lis, gator to goblet, 2 masks to saxophone. All right, let's go again with crawfish to the jester, gator to fleur-de-lis, 2 masks to the sax. Take it off and try beads to 2 masks, gator to goblet, balloon to king cake. All right, one last time, single mask to snow cone, balloon to king cake, top hat to the crown. All right, we'll work on that in a second, Miles. But before we go, do you know anything about the turned? Shh. Do you want someone to hear you? Names have power, and you never know who's listening. Yes, that's the group Wiz was asking me about, but I have nothing else to say on the matter. Now, if you'll excuse me, our next set is about to start. Okay, we got to go back, though. Does he expect us to remember all that? Is it on a different page? Miles, do you mind having a button that takes us back? I don't see an easy way to go back. The back button doesn't work here. It's kind of crazy. We obviously need to go back. So I guess we just reload it. Okay, here we go. All right, so he says, take your drink coaster. See what he's trying to tell us. So I'm gonna, all right, so it definitely wants us to use these beads for this. And I can see they sort of fit in the things here. All right, so let's see what it says. Take this drink coaster, find a way to keep your drink cold. Find a way to keep your drink cold. Take this drink coaster, find a way to keep your drink cold. I'm not sure what that means, but I wonder if it means to put this on top of something so that we can get under it or something. I wonder. Let's try something. Okay. I'm just wondering if that's a little tip for getting this off the ground. Grab you some Mardi Gras beats. Now listen closely. Saxophone to snow cone. All right, where's our saxophone? That's not a saxophone. There's a saxophone. And where is the snow cone? I need to do this so I can see it. Saxophone to snow cone. I mean, a snow cone looks like this. Okay, there's our snow cone, as long as it's not a balloon. Saxophone to snow cone. Okay. But now what? He says, saxophone to snow cone. Then trumpet to beads. Okay, there's our trumpet. There's our beads, I guess. But, boy, this is going to be a bit messy. Can I just draw this? Do I really have to use these beads? Can I just draw lines? Do I really need to use the beads? I think I can just draw lines. Let's try it without the physical stuff. Maybe we'll come back to this if we have to. Let's try drawing. Okay, you can see that, right? Let's try drawing on this. Okay, it says saxophone to snow cone. So I'll draw between these dots here. Okay, and then it said trumpet to beads. Trumpet to beads. Those are the beads, right? Trumpet to beads. That doesn't seem right, does it? Trumpet to beads. That doesn't cross through anything. Did it cross through anything this way? Does it matter how you do it? I don't get it. Or does it? Let's see. Trumpet to beads. I mean, trumpet to beads. I don't really understand. Well, but let's just do it. Trumpet to beads. Now listen closely. Saxophone to snow cone. Trumpet to beads. King cake to balloon. King cake to balloon. This does not make sense. Take what crosses, then take it off, and try again with drink to take what crosses and try again. Huh? This is very curious. Okay, so take what crosses, then take it off and try again. Okay, so I can see I'm being alerted in the chat. So the chat has figured something out, but let me spend a minute with this first before I look at the answer in the chat. You guys have gotten too good for me. Every time I slow down for a second, someone has got the answer. Take what crosses. So I do see that, like, we do get figures that are crossed, like this is crossed and this is crossed. So let me see. Take what crosses and take it off. And try again with drink. There we go. That's what it is. So it's saying, like, don't use this drink anymore. So now that it says, take what crosses and cross it off. And try again with drink to fleur de lis. Okay, so now we can use a different drink and not get confused and pick this drink. And fleur de lis, though, is over here. With drink to fleur de lis. That's definitely the fleur de lis, and I don't see any other drink. Then gator to goblet. Oh, that's the goblet. Okay, so that drink is the one that's crossed off. That doesn't make sense then. Well, drink to fleur de lis. Okay. Try again. Oh, it's because we're supposed to be doing these letters. Okay. All right, maybe I'm not grabbing the letters properly. Oh, it's not going to work. All right, let's try again. Let's try again and grab letters as we go this time. Okay, let's try again. Okay, saxophone to snow cone. Saxophone to snow cone. Okay, so we've hit a couple letters here. Trumpet to beads. This is where things get weird because they're not trumpet to beads unless there's a different beads. No. Okay, trumpet to beads. King cake to balloon. Boy, this is the weird part. King cake to balloon. I mean, I could also see how that could be a balloon, but no, that's just no. Okay, so now take what crosses, then take it off and try again. Take what crosses, take it off and try again with drink. So it feels like it's telling me a new, like one of the letters. Something's got to be wrong here. Okay, I think maybe it's because of the beads. Because if you used real beads, you'd form a connection. Let's try it then. Okay, so it says, let's try making sense of this. It said saxophone to snow cone. And then does it expect us to, let's see if we can get this nice and tight in here. No. Okay. These two are actually, it broke. Got it. Saxophone to snow cone. Oh, this is a little messy. Saxophone to snow cone. Okay. And then, is it now saying it would cross over if we did trumpet to beads? Oh, it's not really working. Trumpet to beads. And then king cake. I was just thinking like if we were to do it on top of something, that we would have it cross over. Like would it cross even though it's not in our instructions? Would it end up going like that? Trumpet to beads. King cake to balloon. This doesn't really. King cake. Oh, this is not good. King cake to balloon. And then what crosses over? This gives us nothing that the lines don't give us. Okay. Trumpet to snow cone. Yeah, that doesn't seem to work. Let me go back to this for a second. I'm sure the chat has figured it out, and this is painful to watch, but so be it. Find a way to keep your drink cold. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I'm I don't know what that means. It's a mystery, but it could be relevant. Grab you some Mardi Gras beads. Now listen closely. Saxophone to snow cone. Trumpet to beads. And then king cake to balloons. Then take what crosses, then take it off. Take what crosses and take it off. Take what crosses and take it off. It does seem like it's trying to make some real use out of the beads. And it's trying to tell us that one of these letters is going to get crossed by the beads. Trumpet to snow cone. Beads to trumpet. King cake to balloons. Don't see what gets crossed. Is it trying to tell us that we should be looking through this? But I don't understand, like, once you do one line across, then how do you keep it there while you're doing another one? Like, I get that, like, it could be, I get that it could be a clever thing, like the lines from the top, saxophone to thing, like, have to go under when we do another, like, you know, like this. But I don't understand how that's going to work without being too painful to do. It seems overly convoluted. Something about this must give us a crossed letter. It has to be that these small set of instructions give us a letter. So we're going to get 4 letters or so. So how do we get a crossed letter here? What's on the back of this? Think your heart out. Is there something I'm missing? Is that not beads? What's this? Is this a mirror? Looks like a mirror. Saxophone to snow cone, trumpet to beads, king cake to balloon. Take what crosses. The channel is trying to get my attention, but I don't want to look at it. Take what crosses, take it off, and try again. And then he says, okay, let's go again. Take it off and try beads to 2 masks. Beads to 2 masks. How are you going to go beads to 2 masks with these? Why is it caring about? All right, the channel keeps trying to get my attention. Let's go read it. Okay. Okay, let's see. The bottom one is a king cake. King cake is round like a donut. You made a mistake. Trying to give more. Don't. He just doesn't recognize king cake. He'll get the rest. Okay. So you're saying I've misidentified the king cake. Well, I suppose that was always bound to be a problem here. Although I thought it was more likely that I was getting the beads wrong. Can we try it again? Okay. Saxophone to snow cone. Let's do that one first. We'll try this again. Saxophone to snow cone. Okay. Next up, trumpet to bead. Okay, let's look in the chat. The beads are those near the Y, and the king cake is what you think are beads. Okay. The king cake is near the Y. So you think this is the king cake here? This thing that looks like a mirror or something? Maybe it would make sense. I should have. Oh, those are beads. Now we can see those are beads. Okay. All right. So beads. Is it just the beads that I'm getting wrong? But then you said the king cake I'm getting wrong. Is the king cake this thing here then? Is that the king cake? And those are the beads? Is that the instruction? I did the instructions wrong, wasn't I? You're going to go crazy. Trumpet to beads. Okay. Okay. Trumpet to beads, straight line. Okay. I'm sure that was driving you crazy. Okay. Trumpet to beads, king cake to balloon. Okay. Now it says it's all going to hell. Okay, trumpet to beads, king cake to balloon. Okay, and then it says remove what crosses. Remove what crosses. Okay, that was painful. I know that was painful. Okay, take what crosses off. So I guess it looks like the W and the I are crossed off now. Okay, and then next up, we can start again. Okay, that must have been painful. All right. All right. Take it off, try again with drink to fleur de lis. Okay, that was our drink to fleur de lis. I don't know why that was so close to the line, but okay. Drink to fleur de lis. Gator to goblet. Gator to goblet. Okay. And now two masks to saxophone. Okay. All right. So it looks like TH, which gives us so far WITH. Okay. Well, this is a good lesson for me. For these things where you identify the pictures, I should have confirmed all those possibilities. I see now also we're going to need like a secondary check comment in the chat. Like there's a normal check that I can ignore, and then we're going to need a special code word to be like, Jesse, really don't ignore. Okay, last thing. One last time. Take it off. Try beads to 2 masks. Beads to 2 masks. Okay. Beads to 2 masks. What have I done? What? Where did I see that? We've gone twice. Trumpet to beats, king cake to bone. We did that. Okay. Try again with drink to fleur de lis, gator to goblet, 2 mass saxophone. Okay, we did that. Now we've got crawfish to the jester. Okay, crawfish to the jester. Then gator to fleur de lis. I feel like, well, let me finish this so I don't get distracted. Let me just gator to fleur de lis and then 2 masks to the sax. So that was this part, last part. Okay. Take it off and try again. I guess we're writing these things here. ND, that does not seem right. What have I done? I feel like half the time on this channel, I'm coming across as someone intelligent. And the other half the time, like here, I feel like people who would just tune in think that this is a channel about a mentally handicapped person trying to prove they can solve puzzles. So what has gone wrong here? Crawfish to the jester. Gator to fleur de lis. And masks to the saxophone. When we do that, we get 2 places where there's crossed. It looks like an N and a D to me. Assuming that's a D, for all I know, that could be an O. No. All right, let's try again. Next up, it's hard to keep where I am. Let's see. It's an O. Okay. You've corrected me, but I already figured it out. But at least I looked in the chat to confirm. Okay. Now, try again. Beads to 2 masks. I wish there was a way I could write on the screen better as we're doing so I could keep track of where I were. Beads to 2 masks. Gator to goblet. Gator to goblet. This has been much harder than it should be. Balloon to king cake. Okay. Balloon to king cake. Okay, so S and O or S and D? Looks like it's going to be snow with no S and... No, that's not right. S and O or S and D? S, O. With no S, O. Last one. Last piece of our puzzle here. One last time. Single mask to snow cone. Okay, there's our single mask and our snow cone. Balloon to king cake. top hat to the crown. So if I had looked at these earlier, we would have known what they are. Okay, so U and an S, a U and an L, U-L, okay, with no soul. Okay, that was painful, I know. I apologize. What can I do? So it was one of our new phrases is probably going to be with no soul. And Miles gave us that. Okay, that was rough. I know that was rough. All right. Just think of these videos as being inspirational for those who are not good at these things, because that's occasionally me. I never claim to be a puzzle person. You want to watch that guy who does Sudoku if you want to watch someone who's better than you at puzzles. This is the channel for someone who's almost as good as you at puzzles. Okay, let's talk to Francis, the sparkly guy. He's got a little bit of a what's his name? Tatum Channing vibe. Okay, let's see. Most people around here don't like me. They think I do what I do for show. They think I'm a poser while they're the real deal. I'm just as authentic as they are. I'm just unapologetically true to myself. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. I do get compared to a Twilight character a lot, but that isn't where the inspiration for this came from. I've always felt a kinship with the supernatural, like I should have been born as something that came from the night. I don't care if anyone believes me. Sorry, after you introduced yourself, I took over the conversation, didn't I? Was there something you wanted? Yes, we've got some questions for you. What can I do for you? Do you happen to know Elizabeth Robbins? Yes, I know the lady you speak of. We have shared many evenings together here in this establishment over drinks. She's an inquisitive soul, always asking questions, sometimes questions that shouldn't be asked. You don't say. What kind of questions? Well, mostly about a certain group of vampires. I actually had a chance to join that coven. I was given the wooden block with crosses. They come out and then are able to move around. I was told the following when I got this. Bats go with crosses, hearts go with stakes, mirrors go with garlic, and coffins with shovels. Interesting. But what do you know about the turned? So, you know about the turned. It would seem you are more resourceful than I gave you credit for. But I'll say no more than I already have of them. Either you'll find them or you won't. Okay, so he sounds like, if we reload him, that he is talking about our other puzzle. This one. All right, so let's punch these out. So I'm assuming, all right, well, I'm assuming that it's not going to matter how these came out of here, but we'll just keep them in this order just in case, because there is writing on the back of this. I assume that what our job is going to be is to rotate these, put these back in here in the right order, and then we're going to spell out a message. This is pretty cute, little constraint satisfaction here. He says, Bats go with crosses, okay? Bats go with crosses. So there's a cross. So you could imagine a bat here, or a bat here, or a bat here, or a bat here, and vice versa. Here's a cross and a bat and a bat and a cross. So that actually would work. Let's just play around with this. So there's a cross next to a bat. And then we have a bat, but now here's a bat next to a cross, but a bat next to a heart. That won't work. So, and there's one we don't need. Bat cross, bat nothing. Okay, we got to fix that. How about bat cross, bat nothing? Maybe that is allowed. Cross, bat, that doesn't work. Well, what else is it? Mirrors go with garlic. Okay, so that's a bat with a cross and a mirror with a garlic. This one's consistent. Coffins go with shovels. So do we have any coffins here? Yes. Okay, so coffin could go with a shovel, but a bat can't go there, so that doesn't work. Anything about hearts? Hearts go with stakes. Okay, so that's consistent. A bat going with a coffin, a bat going with a cross, and a stake near a heart. And coffins and shovels, huh? So is this consistent? Yes. Coffin with a shovel and a bat with a cross. Coffin with a shovel. There. Coffin with a shovel and a bat and a cross. And then that's not quite right. Okay, so this one's slightly off. Who are we going to replace this with? How about this one? These two are now consistent. Oh, that doesn't work. How about this is also consistent here. Is that the one I just swapped out? Coffin with shovels. We would need two coffins. Caddy corner here is that one right there. Okay, so there's our two coffins. Caddy corner. Is mirror with garlic? Yes. Okay, so that's consistent. And then this isn't quite right because coffins go with shovels. That one's not quite right, but it's close. Garlic goes with mirror. So that's consistent. And that's consistent. There's our solution right there. Okay, let's see if that makes sense. Coffin, shovel, cross, bat, that works. Coffin, shovel, mirror, garlic, that works. Mirror, garlic, that works. Bat, cross, that works. Bat, cross, legal, bat, cross, legal. bat, cross, legal, coffin, shovel, legal, stake, heart, legal, stake, heart, legal, cross, bat. Okay, so this is our unique solution. And then first, second, first, second. It looks like maybe orientation is important. So like this one we would read this way, F-A-L, F-A-L-L, fall. First we go this way, S-U-F-A-D-E-S. Sun fades and stars fall. Night S-A-L-L. Okay, well, let's just write it down. So the first time we're reading this way, so it says sun fades and stars and then we're meant to turn it this way and read F-A-L-L, fall, and then N-I-G-H-T, G-H-T, night is all. Sun fades and stars fall, night is all. Okay, that sounds like it's one of our phrases. Sun fades and stars fall, night is all. Okay, that was pretty fun. Those puzzles I enjoy. Okay, so we seem to have 4 phrases. Well, we haven't talked to Gwyneth yet. Do we have to type? Do we have to talk to Gwyneth? Marcos says, remember, as is at the front. Is there something I missed about that? Why do you say as is at the front? What? Why do you think as is at the front? Shouldn't we read it first here? Sun fades and stars fall. I don't see any as. Logan says time for a break. Yes, it is time for a break. If you can convince me that I'm missing some word at the start, let me know. But I just have sun fades and stars fall, night is all. But time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. time now for us to talk with Gwyneth. Now, I could see someone being happy to meet Gwyneth at the bar. I'm sure she's got lots of attractive features, but those eyes are a little scary to me. That's one little bit of a bridge too far. However, we have to talk to her. It's the game. So here we go. It's rude to stare. The name is Gwyneth Nightshade, and yes, I am a vampire. Don't worry, I'm not going to suck your blood. That's not my thing. I feed off emotions and the excess energies they produce. It's completely harmless. Well, mostly harmless anyway. At times, I have been known to evoke fear in other people in order to feed off of it. But I haven't done that in a while. It's a bad look for me. Now, if you're done gawking, move along, unless you have something to ask me. You're starting to smell scared, and that wouldn't be good for you. All right. Let's ask her some questions. I mean, Elizabeth kind of got along well with her, so I think we're okay. She seems, Elizabeth liked her. Maybe we'll like her too. Oh, we have to order a drink for her. All right. Well, ingredients. Well, we're going to make a drink. Ingredients, select what to include. Okay, so first we choose a drink here. And then we change some items on it. Okay, so here we are. We know what this is about. We know Elizabeth gave us lots of information about this. So let's get out our card and take notes here. So she meets Gwyneth. When does she meet Gwyneth? Here. October 8th. She gets to the back room. She meets Gwyneth. She's a bit of a closed book. She only talks to friends, and the friends are the ones who know what drink to order her. She said it's on the menu, but leaves two things out. So I guess what we're saying is it's one of these drinks, and then she removes two things from it. Okay. And then she tries a couple things, and she tells us. She said there's nothing in it. Oh, so she got her a steak tart. Steak tart she ordered for her. And when she tried to give her the steak tart, Gwyneth said there's nothing in it she likes, nor does her drink have any of those ingredients. So we know it's not the steak tart, but we also know none of these ingredients are in the drink that she orders. But remember, she removes two things. So it could be in something that shares two ingredients with it, with steak tart, and then she removes those two ingredients. We don't know yet. Okay, but that's one piece of information we know. Okay, we're told another run-in she had with Gwyneth. Let's see if we can't find that. Okay. Next time, she got Gwyneth a corpse reviver drink. And what did Gwyneth say about that? She didn't take it, not her drink. Nothing about the ingredients, though. Just know that that's not her drink. That might be a clue that this is near her, like the ingredients in here are close to them. All right, really good. He's nervous. All right. Katie was complaining about me leaving dirty dishes. Her boyfriend dumped her. Okay, come on. Where's the next drink with Gwyneth? I tried the silver sour. Okay, so she ordered Gwyneth a silver sour, and Gwyneth says, wrong drink. But not only does she say wrong drink, but she says her favorite is best without two things from silver sour. So it's not her drink, but two ingredients she removes. So there are two ingredients in the silver sour that she takes out. I'm close, she said. Okay. Any more, Gwyneth? She learned the group's name. No more Gwyneth. Okay, but am I right that there are only two ingredients that Gwyneth leaves out of her drink? So it's going to be the two that are in that drink. Oh, creature just flew by. I think it was a mosquito. Leaves two things out. Okay, so looking at this now, we can start to work on this constraint satisfaction puzzle. So in the silver sour of this list are the two things she leaves out. So two of this list of 6 or 7 things she leaves out of her drink. And we know her drink is not the Corpse Reviver. No. I apologize. Not to you, to the creature. Okay, so we know it's not the Corpse Survivor. We know it's not the Staked Heart. And we know it's not the Silver Sour. It's not these 3. So of them, it's Vampire Kiss, Crypt Keeper, Mojito, or the Coven Punch. It's one of those things, one of those 3, and then 2 things get removed from it. So let's just write the possibilities. It can be the Vampire Kiss. It can be the Crypt Keeper. Or it can be the Coven Punch. Okay. And then 2 ingredients are out. All right, so now the Staked Heart was our biggest clue because we know she doesn't like any of these things in it. So if her favorite drink was the Vampire Kiss, we should be looking for 2 ingredients on the Silver Sour that are in the Vampire Kiss that she keeps out. Okay. Apparel is not in it. Gin is not in it. Lemon juice is not in it. Simple syrup is not in it. Egg white is not in it. Bitters is not in it. It cannot be the Vampire Kiss. Next. Could it be well, wait a minute. That's not right. It just means that none of the ingredients are in it. That's two ingredients she removes from the Silver Sour. So maybe it does mean it can't be the Vampire Kiss. So let's keep going and see if my system works for the Crypt Keeper. So if my system worked, there should be 2 ingredients here. Not gin, lime juice, simple syrup, yes. Egg whites, no. Bitters, no. Orange juice, no. Coven punch, tequila, white rum, vodka, orange juice, grenadine, syrup, and beer. Okay, so she moved one of each from these. So I kind of jumped to a conclusion here. She takes 2 drinks out of it, but doesn't mean our ingredient. No ingredients here except for any she might have taken out. So none of these ingredients are in the mojito or the coven punch. Tequila, gin, white rum, and vodka. So here's vodka in here. So we know it can't be Vampire's Kiss. No ingredients in... I keep saying that, but it's not right because she can remove stuff. All right, I need to back up. I like these kinds of puzzles, but I have gotten myself here in a little bit of trouble. Let's try again and be clear about it. Okay, she meets Gwyneth. You have to guess her drink. She takes 2 things out. So whatever drink she orders, she's going to remove 2 things. Our girl got her the steak tart. She said there's nothing in it she likes, nor does her drink have any of those ingredients. But does this mean her drink doesn't have those ingredients after she removes 2 or before she removes 2? That's the part that isn't clear. If we assume it means before she removes anything, then cranberry juice. It can't be the Vampire Kiss. No cranberry, but the mojito does have cranberry. So then it couldn't be the Crypt Keeper, and it would have to be the Coven Punch. If she's not allowing herself to be removed, but I think she is allowing herself to remove stuff. So in that case, it could be the Vampire Kiss, and it could be the mojito, if what she removes is cranberry juice. Let me just experiment with that idea. She removes cranberry juice, and then it could still be the Vampire Kiss, and it can still be the Crypt Keeper mojito. Anything else shared? French vermouth, cream of balsamic, peppercorns. Nothing else has peppercorns. Grapefruit juice. No. 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 Pomegranate. No. 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 Vermouth. No. 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 Okay. So if she doesn't include being able to remove something, then we know it has to be the Coven Punch, because these other 2 have cranberry, which is in the steak tart. So, but if she is allowed to remove one, then cranberry is what she removes, and now she can have any of these. And there's nothing else, right, that's in this that's shared. Balsamic, none of them have balsamic, right? Lime juice, cranberry, rosé, vodka. What about vodka? No. Okay. Next up, she orders her corpse revival. She didn't take it, said that it was not her drink. That's it. Nothing else. Which I think, though, we could use as a clue. Maybe it has gin or lemon juice. Okay. Now, the next one she orders is the silver sour. It's the wrong drink. She said her favorite is best without 2 things from the silver sour. Okay, good. This is the big hint then. What she chooses is going to have 2 of these ingredients. Then she removes them. So, but no, it doesn't mean she removes them. But it means, yes, it does. Without those 2 things. Okay. So we need to have 2 of these ingredients. Orange juice, gin. There it is. It's still the Coven Punch. So the Coven Punch has orange juice and it has gin. That's what she must remove from the Coven Punch, not the cranberry. Once you remove the orange juice and gin, are there any ingredients in here that violate what she said about the staked heart? Grapefruit juice, pomegranate, French vermouth, cranberry juice, and this one doesn't have cranberry juice. No overlap in ingredients. So I get the Coven Punch. Most importantly, because the silver sour comment, she says she gets the silver sour is not her drink, and her drink is best without 2 of the things in the silver sour. So that means whatever her drink is, we're going to remove 2 things. So we're going to remove the gin, and we're going to remove the gin and the orange juice. And once we do that, we need to make sure there's no ingredients in this staked heart that are in there. No vermouth, no balsamic, no cranberry juice, no pink Coven Punch. Okay. Kind of weird because we didn't really need this restriction, because as soon as it can't be anything in the staked heart, that kills off the Crypt Keeper and the Vampire Kiss, leaving only us Coven Punch. So this feels a little redundant, like we don't need both of those clues. Okay, but Coven Punch, I guess this is the important part. 2 ingredients she left out, OJ and gin, because we need to know that too. Okay, let's go here. So what we're going to order her is a Coven Punch. And what do we want to include in the Coven Punch? She needs her... Okay, so from the Coven Punch, what does she need in that? The tequila stays, but the gin goes. Rum we include, vodka we include, triple sec we include, grenadine, beer, no orange juice. That's it. No gin and no orange juice. All right, I'm ordering it for her. Okay, I gotta say, this is a delicious drink. Thanks for the drink, friend. So what did you want to ask me? Okay, she looks even more creepier than before. Get her shoulders back in some weird. She's got some back brace on. Okay, do you know Elizabeth Robbins? I do. What do you want to know? Looks, style, where she lives, where she works, blood type, favorite vampire, any secret lovers? There are none. What will it be? We asked about the turn. So you've heard of them, have you? I've never received an invite myself. They're pretty famous for those of us in the know. but they aren't openly talked about. Some of them aren't a fan of gossip, you see, but since we're friends and all, I'm happy to share what I know. They all stay at a big old house called the Manor. Okay, well, that's it. That's the final piece for us. They're at the Manor. All right, so I believe we know all the answers to these questions. Where is the group and the manor? You knock 3 times, and then we've got 1, 2, 4 phrases to use. We don't know the order, but presumably they're going to be prompted, and we'll know which one to pick. So I think we're ready to do it. Here we go. Where is the group Elizabeth was looking into? No caps, no spaces. Okay, so the answer to this one is the manor. You remember what Gwyneth Nightshade told you about the crypt in St. Louis Cemetery, where the turned are believed to hide out. You park your car and watch as revelers file past, no doubt headed for a night on Bourbon Street. They're oblivious to all the dark hidden things going on around them. As you muster your courage, you begin to wonder if there is any truth to the turned. Are vampires more than fantastical stories and folklore? Is there a chance any of this could be real? Before getting out and walking over to the cemetery, you glance at the floorboard of your car where you see a container of garlic butter dipping sauce from a long-gone pizza you had on the road trip here. With a chuckle, you stick it in your pocket. Then, shrugging your shoulders, you dig around in the console until you find an old silver dollar coin and the crucifix necklace that your grandmother gave you. You feel silly taking such juvenile precautions, but it would be even more foolish to walk into the den of a real vampire unprepared, assuming there are such things. St. Louis Cemetery is vast and empty at night. Finding wherever the manor is will take a lot of work. Or so you think. As you walk through the rows of granite mausoleums, you see spray-painted arrows on the sides of some of the tombs, along with messages like, "This way towards eternity." Thinking it can't hurt to see where the arrows lead, you follow them until you reach a tomb with the last name Manor carved into it. The word "the" has been spray-painted in red above it. Now that you are here, what do you do? Well, you know what we should do, right? That's not what I wanted. Before chat. Let's see, I've got to scroll down here. Okay, so what do we do? To get into the lair, we've got to knock, right? Knock or knock thrice? Let's just say knock. See if it likes that. Incorrect answer. Okay, we can say knock thrice. As you finish knocking on the door, a small slot slides open, and you see a pair of eyes staring down at you. Then the person on the other end of the door says, "Sun fades and stars fall." What do you reply with? Where's my... Okay, sun fades and stars fall. And we are going to reply, Night is all. So as expected, we're prompted a little bit here. Night is all. As soon as you give your reply, the voice speaks again. A mirror will not show those with no soul. A mirror will not show those with no soul. The voice clears their throat and then speaks again. Blood grants life. This is a little creepy. Are we sure we want to go in here? As you answer, the person's eyes narrow before they speak again. The sun may burn, but... this is the last one we have. The sun may burn, but darkness heals. Now, are we sure we want to go in here? Because we're about to go into vampire lairs. Is this really what we want to do? Or should we just end this game without going in there? It feels like going into the vampire lair is not the smartest thing, but maybe we have an obligation to our client. All right, guess we gotta go in. Check the pockets for the garlic. All right, here we go. As the last word leaves your mouth, someone on the other side of the crypt door pulls it open. The squeal of the iron door moving against the stone floor of the mausoleum sounds like the wailing of people in misery. You walk inside the manor, unsure of what or who will be waiting on the other side, and find yourself in an antechamber that is candle-lit and gloomy. The crypt smells of dust and copper. It's an unsettling place, made even more so by the appearance of Teddy, the tour guide, who emerges from behind the door. He grins at you like the cat who ate the canary. The shadows cast by so many candles dance and sway on his leering face. His eyes shine unnaturally. Teddy, you say, puzzled? In the flesh, he says, leering at you. You were expecting maybe Dracula? What are you doing here, you ask? Ascending, Teddy replies cryptically. Now follow me. Not knowing what else to do, you follow along behind him as instructed. At the back of the crypt, you see that a large hole has been busted into the floor. A ladder descends into the hole, leading into darkness. Teddy smiles and motions you toward the hole. Go on. Everyone is waiting. He says with a smile that shows just a hint of fang. He hadn't been wearing fangs that first time you met him. You don't interpret that as a good sign. You reach beneath your shirt and find the crucifix hanging from a silver chain around your neck. You squeeze it for reassurance before starting down the ladder. Once you reach the bottom, you see a large tunnel ahead that stretches for several meters in front of you before curving. Torches have been placed at odd intervals to light the way. Teddy steps past you abruptly and takes the lead, expecting you to follow. Rounding the corner, you stop dead in your tracks. The tunnel opens into a much larger room. Hooded figures stand in a semicircle around a massive stone table. As you and Teddy approach, the few whispered conversations among the people stop, leaving only an eerie silence. One figure in the center of the semicircle remains hooded. A palpable sense of anticipation fills the air as the man calmly removes his hood. Even in the gloom, you can't help noticing that the man has long, spindly fingers that end with yellowed nails, which are overgrown and filed to points, making them look more like talons. The man appears to be an amalgam of every vampire from pop culture. He has a red-lined cape, pale skin, red eyes, and metal-capped fangs that flash occasionally as he speaks. He's unsettling to look at, yet you can't look away. "You've done well, Teddy," the man says. "You've brought this one right to our doorstep." "Thank you, Master Nicholas," Teddy says. "Have I proven myself worthy to ascend?" "Oh, I'm not the master in this nest," Nicholas says, correcting Teddy, "but I think I can speak for him when I say you've done well." Nicholas then turns to address the other members of the Turned. "To my brothers and sisters of the sacred vein, this night we will initiate two into our midst. They have both made offerings to the group, and through the spilling of life, we will help our prospects be reborn into a life of blood and fire. Once the master arrives, we will move forward with the turning." "You tricked me," you say to Teddy. "You fed me information to get me here. And what does he mean there are two to be initiated?" Teddy shuffles forward to allow another hooded figure to emerge from the crowd. You're shocked to peek beneath the hood and see Katie, Elizabeth's roommate. Suddenly, two things become crystal clear. Katie betrayed Elizabeth. For a spot in the Turned, and Teddy is doing the same thing with you. "It is time for the bloodletting," Nicholas says in a deep, sinister voice. "The master approaches." Suddenly, two hooded figures beside you grab your arms and drag you toward the stone table. To your right, you hear a woman yelling in protest. Turning, you see Elizabeth, also being pulled by two hooded figures. As you approach the table, you realize it's stained with dried blood. This isn't good. You begin to thrash and flail, desperate to free yourself. Your protests are cut short, however, when you are hit over the head and everything goes black. The last thing you hear before passing out is the faint melody of a trumpet. That's Miles, the trumpet player. When you wake up, you and Elizabeth find yourselves trapped in a cage. At the other end of the room, the hooded figures chant and sway as Miles, the jazz musician from the steakhouse, stands atop the stone table and plays his horn. You nearly scream when he lowers his trumpet, showing you a visage that looks both ancient and evil. His eyes are yellow like a snake's eyes, and his fangs are longer than any you've since seen since the beginning of this investigation. The group chants in unison, "Master." You may now open the Turned brochure. Gulp. I knew not to trust Katie. I knew that was the luck of the girl who could not be trusted. Harlots. Okay, here we go. Miles is the master? It all makes sense now. But I guess it's too late for that information to do me any good. Wait, who are you? My mom sent you? Oh, thank God for overprotective mothers. Listen, we don't have much time. We have to get out. The cage is locked with an electronic keypad. I overheard them mention that the combination was a vampire number. A vampire number is a number that can be written as the product of two numbers of the same length where all the digits of the vampire number are present in the Fang numbers. It's a 4-digit combination, so the number has to be either 1260, 1395, 1435, since they are the only 4-digit vampire numbers. I think we'll only get one chance to enter the number correctly without alerting the guard. The lock will buzz if we get it wrong. The only other thing I know is a guard muttered something about the number containing a digit that none of the rest had. Now hurry before someone comes back. That doesn't sound like much of a puzzle. It can be written as the product of two numbers of the same length, where the digits are present in the Fang numbers. So let's see, it's a 4-digit combination. So product of two numbers, which are Fangs, and all the digits of the vampire number are present in the Fang numbers. 4-digit combination. Okay, and now why is it giving us this short list? Those are the only 4-digit vampire numbers. Okay, so she just happens to know that. Okay, so which of these numbers is it, is the question, which of this list? And the only other thing I know is it contains a digit that none of the rest had. Well, I mean, 1, they multiple have it. 2, I see in multiple ones. 6, I see in multiple ones. 0, I see in multiple ones. 3, I see in multiple ones. 9, I don't see anywhere other than that one. 5, I see in multiple ones. But none of the rest of them have a 9. So, is it really that simple? Let's just look at these other numbers here. 4, no, 4 is also not in any other number. 3, 5 are common, 3, 0 is common, 8 is common, 7 is common. Okay, so what did I do wrong? I said there was a 9 in only one of them. Oh, I guess that's it. It's just a 9. Is that what I said? No, I said also 4. The only other thing I know is the guard marks some of the number containing a digit that none of the rest have. So 1395 has a digit that none of the rest have, and 1435 has a digit that none of the rest have. So is there a way for us to separate between the two? Or am I not seeing a 9 or a 4? So 1395 and 1435 seem like two candidates. Jonathan says, is 1435 a candidate by their definition? But we're sort of being told here that 1430, that these are vampire numbers explicitly. It's saving us the time. But I'll tell you what we could do. We could figure out what the two fangs are, and for the 1435 and the 1395. I'm assuming they are going to be valid, but the two splits of numbers may give us a clue. And by the way, we should look at this. This might give us a clue who's using it. But I'll bet you when we find the two numbers, they're going to spell out a word with one of them. So that's clever. So the question is, what are the two factors of these two numbers? Okay, so let's do it. So I propose that once we figure out the two factors for 1395 and 1435, only one of them is going to make sense as a secret. So 1395, what are the two factors? We know they're going to contain these digits. So let's just think about it. We've got something like 100 times 10 is about the right answer. So is it 13 times 95? Is that what this is? 5, 1, 28, 5, 10. That's not right. 15, 5, 1, 27, 28. Then we put a 0 and we do 5, 9. So 5, 3, 11. I don't know why I would do 11. That's 12, 35. That's not right. Okay, so those aren't the factors. How about 15 times 93? 5, 1, 45, 46, and a 0, a 3, and a 9. 5, 9, 13. Okay, so here are our two factors for this first one. 93 times 15. Those are the fangs. Okay. I claim when you look at 9315, you're probably going to see a word. 93 could be we. 15-1 doesn't have something. I don't think it's going to be this one. Let's do the next number and see if it makes more sense. Our next candidate is 1435. We've got a similar kind of problem, but here we don't have a high number, so probably it's going to be something like 35 times 41. Let's just try this. 3, 12, 1, 4, 35. Okay, I got it right on the first try. 41, 35 are the two fangs here. So if you're comparing them, you've got 93 and 15 as one candidate set of fangs versus 41 and 35 as our second candidate. Now, let's take a look if there's any clue about which one. What about shape? 41, 35, that would be that shape. That doesn't look particularly promising. What about 93, 15? I don't see anything about that shape. What about spelling letters out? 93, WE is the best I can see, or WE, and then blank, and a letter from here. That doesn't seem to spell anything. This one's not much better. 41, I, 35, I don't see any letter there. 41, 35, or 93, 15. I'd be very disappointed if this wasn't the way to solve this. But it seems to me it should be now. But why would one be better than another? DJ Moneycut says, does the year 1593 mean something? Yeah, don't forget the order here doesn't matter. This could just be 1593. Almost always in Deadbolt, everything is contained within the game. So is there any clue to it? Is there any date or anything on here? There's all these things here that never got used. But I don't see any dates here. Nothing in the diary told us about any specific date. This game does not require, Deadbolt never requires you to do searching on the web. So you wouldn't have to search for 1593 to get the answer, but it wouldn't hurt for someone to search for it. Well, Miles was the person. Does he say anything about dates? Jonathan says, could it be that it gives us two numbers? Whichever we try first is wrong? I don't think so. I think this feels like a puzzle we're supposed to get right. That's what it feels like to me. And I do not want to be wrong. Well, we can put these in different orders. So if we go 35, 35, 4. What about this? Can we make a word out of this? Not really. 35. How about 41? Let's read the diary. She met a new friend, Miles. He plays music. He's really good. We had a good talk. He seems nervous when I bring up vampires. Hmm. Oh, I don't know that Miles would be giving us the birthday for Count Basie. That wouldn't make much thematic sense. But when was Where's our fangs again? So only this one can get made into a date, really. When was Bram Stoker's Dracula written? Not in the 1500s, so that's not going to help us. 1935 doesn't help us either. We don't have a choice of 1935. It's just, let me say, you're thinking we could just combine these in any way. I just don't think so. 1593 seems the best candidate for a date that could be significant to us. Could someone search internet? Well, let me do it. What's significant about the date 1593? Someone was working on the most accurate calculation of pi. That does not seem like it's important for us. Okay. Dracula, 1593. No. Vlad the Impaler was a 15th century prince. Was born between 1428 and 1431. That does not help us. All right. That was a good idea, but it didn't work. Any items we haven't used yet? No. I mean, Katie did lie to us, though. But, and there is some, let me just put this on here. I mean, there are the discussions that we've had online, but it feels like the game wouldn't need us to revisit all those. It is kind of weird that these. It is kind of weird that we've never used these. What about these push buttons? Is there a way to prefer one set over the other based on what we see here? Are some more worn than others? They all look pretty worn similarly. Blood on one, not on the other. 41.35 versus 93.15. Oh, it's certain something is going to come up. 1935, he formed the Count Basie Orchestra. It doesn't matter. We're not allowed to use 19. I don't think we're allowed to use 1935. Well, I'll tell you why. I mean, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. All right, so Jonathan has found, based on what someone else was saying, that it could be Count Basie related. In 1935, he formed the Count Basie Orchestra. The reason that seems wrong to me is my whole meta theory here is that the game wants us to factor these numbers in order to solve the puzzle. And so in factoring them, we get 15 and 93 and 41 and 35. But if you're just asking, hey, what interesting dates can we come up with 4 digits? And some Count Basie happens to be one of them, that just seems like, and the game doesn't require external knowledge, so it just does not seem right to me. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the answer, but let me see if I can go back to Miles. Let's see if we can catch anything in what he says here. Let's reload this. What can I do for you? He says, she's a sweet young lady. She really likes jazz. I got her hooked on Count Basie. When did you last see her? The only thing about the turn, he says, shh. I don't think it could be 1935. DJ Moneycut says, the chat says the code is a vampire number. Yes. Yes. The point is that these are all vampire numbers. There's 2 that are candidates based on this information. So we've got 2 candidates. 1435 has a digit not in any of the others, and 1395 has a digit not in any of the others. So we know it's one of these 2, but we have to have a way of deciding which one of those 2. And my point is that the clue here is that it's telling us about these complicated, this way that vampire numbers are products of 2 factors. And the reason that's useful is not to solve anything given to us so far. But if it was used to solve this, choosing which of the 2, it would make sense. I overheard them mention the combinations vampire number. Those are the candidates. It could be any of those, except we have one more restriction. It has a digit that none of the rest have. That gives us these 2, and there has to be a way to choose from here which of these 2, 1395 or 1435. And this looks like it might have a clue. So if you could say, for example, that the 9, if you knew the 9 wasn't used, then you'd know it's our 4135. And if you knew the 4 wasn't used, you'd know it was our 9315. All the other digits are shared. But I don't see any way to rule out the 9 or the 4. Huh. Maybe scanning the code will give us a hint. That's an interesting idea. Okay, I'm willing to go that far. Let's scan the code. That's an interesting idea. Make sure you don't cheat and try to do this on your own. What is the combination to the lock? It looks like the lock will accept 2 different combinations. So long as I have one of them, it should open for me. Boy, that's weird. That's the second time in this game that the puzzle has seemed oddly easy. So all of my deep thought about the right answer is for nothing? It wants either of the 2 codes, and they've given us the entire list, and the entirety of this puzzle is identify the 2 numbers that don't share digits with the rest. How is that even a puzzle? That's like a first grader puzzle. Jonathan thinks it's just a little trick. Wow, this. All right, well, I guess we could talk about it afterwards, but I don't understand why it's not doing my clever idea. All right, do we just put in one of these here? Yes, so we think this is trying to say don't try to figure it out, huh? Okay. I'm going to put in the second one, not the first one. 1435. I'm going to be very angry if it wanted us to figure out the right answer, but here we go. As you press the last digit, you hold your breath and tense up, waiting for the error sound Elizabeth mentioned. Instead, you're rewarded with a soft click as the lock disengages. The door pushes open easily, and you're soon crouched outside the cage with Elizabeth. Looking around you, you see your stuff that was taken from you. Everything is still here. The cross necklace, the silver dollar, even the unopened container of garlic butter from the pizza restaurant. You quickly gather it all up and prepare to escape with Elizabeth. The vampires are still engrossed in their ceremony. Because you cracked the code to the cage, preventing the alarm from going off, none of the vamps are even looking your direction. They're too busy looking up at Miles's transformed serpentine features with adoration. You just might escape this whole ordeal after all. Then, a noise from a dark corner of the room causes you to freeze. Teddy and Katie are both standing in the shadows. Although you aren't sure if it's a trick of the light or not, you can see their eyes have changed colors and are now a glowing yellow-orange. You also see the fangs that protrude from their mouths that weren't there before. Could these really be vampires? Is it possible they were changed? You can't take any chances. Glancing at the things you brought in that you just retrieved, you try to remember the correct order for killing a vampire. You feel like you've seen something before that hints at how to slay a vampire. What's the correct combination to kill a vampire? All right, who thinks they know what the order is? Let me drop down one of these so you can see the choices. Holy water, cross, silver, garlic, and steak. Okay, so where did you see those? The journal, that's right. The journal. Okay. So there's Elizabeth's journal. And we read it when we played it. We said garlic, holy water, silver, steak, cross. So do you think she's just doing it left to right? So garlic, then holy water, then silver, then the cross, then the steak? Why would she do it in that order? Why would she know to do it in the right order? But let's just do it. We'll just set it up and we'll decide. Holy water. Then we said next on this list is silver. And then we have the cross. And then we have the steak. Now, is there any reason why this is the right order? There's nothing else that tells us the order given this diagram, is there? It's not matching any other diagram here. Well, she's a vampire super fan, so she would know the order. I agree with that. But the question is, like, why would she put her stickers in that right order? Is there any other way to look at this journal? Assuming this journal tells us the right order, is there any other way to look at this that would give us the right order. Like you could imagine shining a black light and seeing like number 1, 2, 3, but there's no black light going to be required for this game. Top to bottom seems right, says Marco. Does everyone agree that this is the order? Because we don't want to get this wrong. We don't want to get killed by a vampire because we're rushing it. Do we even have any holy water? I don't know. I guess we're going to be able to find some. Jonathan says it looks right to me. All right, let's just try to submit and see what happens. Not there. We've had no indication that these puzzles are anything but straightforward. Okay, clicking it. Here we go. What's happened? Click again. Here we go. Elizabeth watches you with a puzzled look as you pull the lid off the garlic butter container. Taking a deep breath, you spring toward Teddy, flinging the garlic butter into his eyes before he has a chance to react. Teddy attempts to scream, but you quickly shove the silver dollar into his mouth to quiet him. Teddy claws at his eyes and gags on the silver as you hold your crucifix necklace in front of his face. You grab a nearby piece of scrap wood that will serve as a makeshift stake, but pause before driving it in through his heart. Instead, you change your plan at the last possible moment, hitting him in the back of the head and knocking him out. You strain your ears, waiting to hear if Teddy's howls alerted anyone, but the other vampires are too busy circling Katie on the stone tablet and chanting. Miles, the master, is crouched over Katie. His mouth is open to show his serpent teeth. Is Teddy dead? Elizabeth asks in a hoarse whisper. No, he's unconscious. I was going to stake him through the heart, but I realized that kills both vampires and people, and I'm not sure what he is. Regardless, we're not waiting around to find out. Let's get out of here. The two of you manage to slip past the turned and find an adjacent tunnel that leads to the surface. You may now open the solution. Okay, let's take a quick break here. We'll come back and we'll read the solution. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. Let me just turn the air conditioner down here. And we're ready to kill the vampire or read the solution, whatever the case may be. How do you feel about vampires, Sarah? No, don't get up there. Okay, let's go down. All right. DJ Moneycut says we should stake Teddy. Whether he's a vampire or not, he set us up to be killed. Yes, I agree. I think we could just stake him and be done with it, explain ourselves to the police, but our detective has some other concerns about it. I guess he doesn't want to go to jail. All right, let us read our solution here. I wouldn't mind getting Katie her comeuppance. You have successfully completed Creatures of the Night. Once you and Elizabeth are back above ground, you waste no time running back through the cemetery to your car. Is any of that real, you ask? Those can't be actual vampires. Elizabeth is out of breath and frantic. Honestly, I don't know. They're supposed to be the closest thing to authentic that New Orleans has to offer, and I'm pretty sure there were dead bodies down there. 2 of them were nearly us. Why are you so infatuated with them anyway? You ask as you jump into the driver's side of the car. Your mother is worried about you. Elizabeth throws the door open and climbs into the passenger seat. Mom didn't tell you about the test results, did she? Test results, you ask, driving the car away from the cemetery as fast as you can manage. Mom is sick, Elizabeth explains, very sick. I'm fascinated by the idea of actual vampires, but I uprooted my life and moved down here because I needed there to be actual vampires. To bite your mom, you say, suddenly understanding, to make sure she doesn't die? Elizabeth nods. That group has been killing people for a while now, you continue. Katie and Teddy were going to offer us up to secure their place in the group. Katie is up at night and sleeps during the day. I never questioned it, Elizabeth explains. It makes more sense now. You played right into her hands. You had a need, and so did she, so she used you. Did you see their faces? She asks, remembering. They didn't look human. You nod. How could you forget? They looked real, those snake-like eyes, those fangs. Not really knowing what else there is to say, the 2 of you make an anonymous report of what you've discovered to the local police department. You tell them all sorts of things that have reportedly been going on down there, yet when the police go to the manor to verify the story, all they find is Katie, bloody, bitten in numerous places, and nearly catatonic. The rest are gone. Katie doesn't speak at all after the police find her. Unresponsive, she's held in the hospital and evaluated. Elizabeth smartly decides to go back home to her mother. You agree with her decision and tell her you'll contact Sheila once you get back to Valley Falls. However, you aren't ready to go back home just yet. You're exhausted and in no shape for traveling. Staying one more night won't hurt anything. You're awakened near dawn, however, by the repeated blaring of a trumpet just outside your door. Sleepily, you grab your sidearm, emerge from your hotel room, and see Miles standing there, looking much as he did the first time you met him. Gone are all the serpentine characteristics, yet you remember what he looked like before. You point the gun at him and disengage the safety. Don't move a muscle, you say through clenched teeth. I know what you are. You know our secrets, Miles says with a smile. Can I trust you to keep them to yourself?
We've already reported you to the police, you explain. Did you know that the chief is a member of the Turned? We have a few high-ranking members, you know. It's how we've lasted so long. Or at least that would be the story I'd tell if we were truly vampires. I'll leave that for you to decide. Now, back to my original question. Can I trust you to remain silent? I would hate to pay dear, sweet Katie a visit in the hospital. Prove that you're a vampire, you say. Show me. I've already put the authorities on your scent. If the chief is in your pocket, then my call won't matter anyway. But you still can save Katie from the fate I have in store for her, Miles says as he grins at you. Go home, and I'll let Katie live. I don't have much choice, do I, you ask? Show me what you really are. Convince me you didn't really kill anybody down in those tunnels. Miles smiles at you. Before you can react, he snatches the crucifix from around your neck and squeezes it in his palm. He doesn't scream at the sight or touch of the cross. Instead, he raises the trumpet to his lips with his free hand and begins to play When the Saints Go Marching In. Satisfied, he says. You nod, as convinced as you could be under the circumstances. You guys must have a master makeup artist, you remark, suddenly doubting your own judgment. Maybe I was wrong. Don't be a stranger in our fair city, Miles responds, not bothering to acknowledge the comment. Come back any time. And with that, he tosses your cross back to you. As he does so, you can't help noticing the cross-shaped mark on his palm that looks a lot like a burn mark. In your haste, you miss the catch, and the cross falls to the ground. You reach over to pick it up, only to find that Miles is gone when you look up. It's as if he disappeared into the shadows. Telling yourself it's all just a trick of the twilight, you prepare to leave to go back home. As the sun rises, you watch New Orleans disappear in your rearview mirror. Somewhere in the distance is the sound of a mournful trumpet playing soft jazz. Case closed. All right. So we have to take a break before we can discuss it. So I'm going to set us to take a 1-minute break. And then we'll come back and discuss the case. Try to gather your thoughts, check your notes. We'll talk about what we thought about this case, where it ranks amongst the Deadbolt Mystery Society games we've played. 60 seconds. So, what did we think of Creatures of the Night? Let me look in the chat here. Logan says, can we try the different number to see if it had the same reply? I did during this 1-minute break. I went in and put the different digits in, the different number. It also worked.
John says, it did remind me of an adventure game, traveling around the city, talking to these different characters. The art was well designed and fun, not really creepy most of the time, but vampire theme. Logan Hill says Gabriel Knight. Gabriel Knight is in answer to Jonathan's point about it being like an adventure game. Gabriel Knight was one of the Sierra Mist adventure games, point and click. Quite a popular one. I think it had some follow-ups. I did play Gabriel Knight. It was a horror-themed point and click adventure game. Sierra Online? What was it before it was Sierra Online? Now I'm drawing a blank on Sierra something, but they did a whole bunch of point and click graphic adventure games. They were one of the best, and Gabriel Knight was a great one. DJ Moneycut says, tone was uneven, a little funny in the beginning, scary at the end, puzzles uneven too, that's typical for Deadbolt. Marco says, I liked it, but not loved it, even though heavily puzzle-based games are not my favorite. Puzzles were well connected to the story, which was good, and they were interesting without being too complicated. Some were too simple and left a bitter taste in the mouth. I think it would have been better set in Europe given the theme, but that's minor. John says, I do think it could have had a few hints of sinister early in the story. That's an interesting point. Jonathan often comments about pacing. Logan says, can you put in a completely wrong code to see what happens? Let's just try it here. If I put in a wrong code, let's see what it says. No, won't let you. So let me talk about my thoughts here. Overall, very enjoyable. I think for me, I am not a super puzzle person. We play a lot of these puzzle games on the channel, but for me, the puzzles are a means to an end, a means to connecting a narrative and a story. And that's the important part about these games for me. And I do enjoy sometimes when we get a clever puzzle. I wouldn't say any of the puzzles in this game thrilled me. There were some good ones and there were some less good ones, but it wasn't one of those ones where I loved any of the puzzles. But I really did enjoy the story. And I did think the narrative was very well written. I love these games where you're interacting with the same small cast of people multiple times. And so for me, there was something really enjoyable about reading about these people before we meet them, and then meeting them multiple times and talking to them. I did think, I'm not sure there's really a purpose for most of the website features here. At the same time, it was fun to talk to them through the web interface. Most of the time, we were just clicking through all of their dialogue options, and you could have just had that on a card, our conversation with them. But then occasionally, you had to answer a question in the midst of that dialogue. But much preferable to one of the new Deadbolt online things where we had to move around in an arcade and it was pointless. Here, at least it was breezy enough to be enjoyable. And, this is like we've come to expect from Deadbolt. They have a system. They really do have a system, and it does work. The narrative through the whole thing, the sort of tone of the narrative, the characters well written with a little bit of humor and very differentiated characters that all feel a little bit different. So for me, the narrative was a real win, and I didn't mind the sort of mixed humor and scariness. That sort of worked for me. one of the things that this case has is an element that I find I'm very attracted to. And not everyone is on the same page as me with this, but I really like stories, movies, games involving supernatural where it's not clear if the supernatural is real. That works for me. That lets me suspend disbelief, and it creates this thing like, is there going to be a natural explanation for this? Are these going to turn out to be killers who are pretending to be vampires, or people who are mentally ill and think they're vampires, or are they real vampires? And this game really played into that, because it even at the very last sentence of the game, it's trying to have it both ways. It's trying to be like, maybe they are vampires, maybe they're not. And I really like that. And to me, that's a very smart decision that the Deadbolt company did in general. They have created a world where there is supernatural, but not every person you encounter who pretends to be supernatural is. So it's sort of like they get to have their cake and eat it too, and I really like that. And I found the pacing pretty good here, actually. These two envelopes that you unlock, and the way there was like a showdown and then a solution. We really got basically two endings, right? We got the one ending when we got into the lair, and then we got the second ending where we get to read and have this little epilogue scene. And that double ending thing is a clever thing that some of the best of these games have. I liked how we were making fun of Teddy, and then we met up with him again, and he was much more sinister. Let's go back to the chat, and then I'll talk about my real critiques. John says, it would have been nice if there were maybe some more subtle hints about the mother being sick. We could have had a hunch about it. That's a good idea. While we were talking to her, she could have been coughing and acting a little strange. Maybe that would have set our senses tingling, and maybe we would even be a little worried. John says, a couple puzzles did seem to take a little long to work through. I think that was mainly user error there, where a good lesson. I mean, it was totally within my control to say, let me definitively identify based on the clues which thing is which. And I just jumped. I said, oh, is that beads? Yeah, maybe that's beads. And that's user error. That's me being careless, and I got us into trouble there. So I have to take responsibility for that one. Anytime you find yourself being like, I think that's probably this, let me just go with it. That's how you run into a little bit of trouble. DJ Moneycut says, seems like it would have been easy to add one or more constraint to the foam puzzle so we could choose between the two. Logan says, with the web conversation, it would have been nice to ask questions in a tone. Well, let me talk about those both. I do think, it's clear Deadbolt Mystery Society is just getting their footing using the online features. And I think we probably will see, before too long, decisions that you have to make with the online stuff. Right now, there are no decisions. You're just going to read all the things they say about each of those things. You could have just done that on a piece of paper. But it would be very easy to give you branching choices with some of these dialogues where you're only going to get one of the two answers. And then that would make us really think twice about what we click on. Currently, it's really not even necessary to have a web thing. But I think they're going to get there. Now, but the point about the unconstrained, over-constrained puzzles, that's my real complaint here. This is the first time I can remember playing a Deadbolt Mystery Society game where answers to puzzles are very easy and very over-constrained. And it almost seems like a very it seems not only deliberate, but sort of, almost as if they thought they wrote it and then they realized it was too hard for their target difficulty level, and so they made it overly easy, as if someone wrote it to be a medium hard case, and then they said, let's make this one really easy, and they just threw out parts of puzzles, because we encountered 2 puzzles that were bizarrely overdetermined in a way that we don't normally see with Deadbolt Mystery Society. And those were the end one and this drink one. I think those were the only 2. So we got clues to solve this. And essentially, the first clue seemed to give us the direct answer. And then the second clue also independently gave us that answer. Maybe am I being unfair about that? Because we did have to identify the 2 things that were missing, but I feel like we knew that right from here, and we didn't need the other puzzle, the other clue. But the other place where that was really bizarre was that end. I mean, that was that was a shockingly weird puzzle. This one. This is weird. This is just plain weird. It's a description of these vampire numbers that are the product of 2 numbers. So 2 2-digit numbers that you multiply to get a 4-digit number, and the digits are used. I'm sure they haven't made this up. This must be a real thing. But what's bizarre is they tell you this, and then they say, well, let's just let you know right here the 7 possible 4-digit answers. So you don't have to work hard at figuring out, which you couldn't figure out. It would take you too long to actually figure out. So they're just like, okay, here's this fun idea, vampire number. And now here are the 7 possible vampire numbers. And then rather than giving you a puzzle of figuring out which of these is the right answer based on some deduction, they go and say, oh yeah, and of these 7, it's got a digit that none of the others have. All right, well, that's not really, I mean, technically it's a puzzle, but it's kind of feels trivial to just look for the digits not found in the others. But then a really weird thing happens. It's 2 numbers, 2 possible numbers. Okay, so then it's very clear to me from all of our experience with Deadbolt and just as a general knowledge of puzzles, it's very clear to me that there has to be some deductive way to figure out which of these 2 is the code. And clearly, one of them has to set off the alarm. And then a very bizarre thing happens. We tried to solve it, and I came up with what's of course the answer. We're going to actually use this information to factor these 2 candidates, which is a fun mathematical puzzle to solve. We do factor them. We get our 2 candidates as factors. And then we sit and say, this is fun. We factored these 2 numbers. Took a while to do it, but it was kind of fun. And then one of these is going to be the answer. No one has a code, an unlock code. No one has 2 unlock codes. So it's got to be one of these. And now that we've done this clever thing, we've seen through the puzzle, we've been clever. Now the game's going to reward us. It's got this thing. It's either going to be a picture that happens, a diagram like a V when we get the right thing, or maybe it's going to spell out die or something, or maybe we're going to be able to see that one of these digits is never used or got blood on them. Something is going to tell us which of these 2. Or maybe it's the year when Bram Stoker's Dracula was made. Or maybe it's the year when Vlad the Impaler. We spent 30 minutes working on this. And I forget who it was, DJ Moneycut. Someone says, hey, maybe you should just scan this QR code, see if there's an extra little hint. We scan this QR code, and it says, it looks like the lock will accept 2 different combinations. As long as I have one of them, it should open. Something's gone wrong here. That does not feel like that was part of the original design. That is a ridiculous thing to say. You found yourself locked in a basement, you find the lock, and you say, hey, it looks like the code, both codes are going to accept. What are you talking about? You don't know that both codes are going to accept. And that's an insane thing to say. There's no lock that's made on Earth that has, well, maybe there are some safes that have 2 lock codes, but it's just crazy. That's a crazy concept. It's a crazy way to design a puzzle, and it's a completely narratively bizarre thing for a person locked in a basement with finding themselves in this situation to say. Makes no sense. So it almost feels like something's gone wrong. Like they designed the puzzle and then they realized something was gone wrong, or they designed the puzzle for there to be one code, and then at the end they decided, let's just make it super easy. But this is more than super easy. This is bad puzzle design. Very bad puzzle design. However, it's bad in a way that we rarely encounter on this channel. The overwhelming majority of bad puzzle design that we occasionally come across, and rarely with Deadbolt, Deadbolt rarely makes mistakes, is we get a puzzle that's so poorly explained that multiple possibilities of ways of solving it happen, or that something's very unclear. It's very rarely that you get a puzzle that's broken's not the right word. It's very rarely that we get a bad puzzle that's bad because in the end there are 2 possible solutions, and there's no way to know which one is it, and both of them work. So I really don't know how that happened, but it didn't ruin it for me. And thank God that this website page says this. Because if it didn't say this, but accepted both answers, I would be really angry. But at least we didn't waste more time trying to find the right answer because it could accept both. But that makes no sense. But I did really enjoy the narrative here. In the top of the 20, definitely in the top half for me because of the narrative. Puzzles, nothing really special, but the narrative in the top half of the narratives we've played. Maybe I'll start bringing up the list of Deadbolts and we can try to rank them properly. I think the average ranking that I give these Deadbolts is a 7 or so. Maybe I do have it that I can bring up easily. It's in our Google Sheets. Yeah, here. Let me bring it up. So where are the rankings? There's my ratings, kind of hard. I can't show both on the screen at the same time. We should move these rankings to the left so we can. Let's see. 6 is Howl at the Moon. I mean, maybe I'm forgetting. We did play some Deadbolts with some very cool narratives. But there were a bunch we played recently that I didn't really like, that I've rated 5s and stuff. And then we rated some 8s, huh? Blue Moon Boogeyman. I guess we've played some really cool, creepy ones. Probably I'd end up giving this like a 7, which is probably my average score. 7, 7.5. I think, you know what, we have played some that have more enjoyable narratives, but I don't know. Museum Nocturnus seems like it should have a lower score. But I guess the problem is recently we played some that haven't been that good. And this has been by far better than the recent ones we've played. that I haven't loved. Seven, Unknown Passenger. That seems like I might have overrated that one. Maybe that should be a 6.5 and this should be a 7. Comic Book Killer. Again, I like this more than Comic Book Killer. I like this more than Unknown Passenger. So either I'll rate this a 7.5 or I'll bring these two recent ones down a bit. All right, let's see what else we got. DJ Moneycut says, having such an easy puzzle at the end makes a poor finale. If it was at the beginning, it wouldn't stand out as much. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a poor choice for a finale. Logan says, I think they thought there was only one answer, then realized there were two late in the schedule. It's possible. It's possible. I do think this is Jonathan's point about pacing. I do think DJ makes a good point that, especially for a finale, that last puzzle should have been more satisfying and a little bit trickier. You know, you could have solved that. You could solve that right now. They do change things. They could fix it. Here's how you fix it. You make one of these a date that's mentioned in the game. Maybe this one, 1593. You have someone tell us a story about something that happened with Vlad the Impaler in 1593. Problem solved. That's it. Have only this code work. Have it be about a date. Of course, it's not this code. It's this code, 1395, but it makes sense that it would break into these. Although maybe you wouldn't really have to factor it to get this. A better solution would be if these numbers meant something in various places and only these two were the right numbers, 93 and 15. Maybe some chant. Maybe you hear them saying a chant when you go downstairs that says 15 sacrifices on the first day, and on the second day, God, the devil spat out at God 93 prayers of evil, whatever. Like, mention some of these numbers a couple places. Or have it be on the keypad letters. Tiny little drops of blood. I'm just trying to think, is there a way to make you actually factor these numbers rather than just look at the digits? But either way, something would be better than nothing. I would like a puzzle that required you to factor these things. Still, I did enjoy the story very much, and I just think they are very good. Deadbolt Mystery Society is very good at making these cozy little casts of creepy characters. And to me, that is always an enjoyable experience. And it's surprisingly rare. It's surprisingly rare to get these games where you really have distinguishable characters with personalities. That little harlot tried to kill us. All right. I hope you've enjoyed this kickoff to October Creepy Halloween month. We've got a lot more coming. It's fun to share these experiences with those of you who join me. If you're watching this after the fact, I'd love to hear what you think, where this ranks with your Deadbolt Mystery Society games. Look at how dirty that coffee cup looks. I was going to do a taste testing and talk about my Kudo plays or talking at pitch night, or I'll do one of them because we're meeting again tonight, Friday, to play on Circus Grounds. So I'll see you in 24 hours or so, or less than 24 hours. So we can discuss that tomorrow instead. 6 hours here. Maybe we'll stop here. All right. Thank you to the Patreon supporters who help pay for the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes we play so that we don't have to have any relationship with any of these companies. Good work to everyone who helped us. Sorry for the puzzle hangups that we experienced. I had a blast. I'll see you tomorrow. If you want to help us figure out what other games to play in October, there's a Board Game Geek Guild and a thread called Halloween 2024, or you can join us on the Discord. I'll see you then.